Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
Everyone in town swears apartment 412 is haunted. The landlord, my neighbors, even the woman at the gas station who sells me my coffee at 3 a.m. They all have a story about this place now. They talk about the knocks. They say you can hear them out in the hallway or in the laundry room or standing in the parking lot where the old factory used to be late at night when the freeway noise drops for a second. 3 dry knocks, then 2, then 3 again, like somebody trying to spell something out from the other side. If you drive down East Main after midnight, you can actually see my building from the road. It looks like every other tired row of townhouses in Ohio. Beige siding, cheap blinds, one sad little porch light that never gets changed on time. You would never guess that half the town has decided one unit in there is some kind of doorway. That unit is mine. Apartment 412. And I am the idiot who moved in thinking I had scored a bargain. At first it was just me hearing it. I work nights at a convenience store off US 33, so I get home around 3 or 4 in the morning when the world is dead quiet. I would be crashing on the couch listening to the hum of the fridge and the soft breath of the AC through the vents. And then out of nowhere, knock, knock, knock. Sometimes it sounded like the wall behind my head, sometimes the ceiling. Once it came from the front door so loud my daughter sat bolt upright on the couch next to me. We checked the peephole. Hallway was empty. By the end of that first month, my neighbors were asking if I had heard the factory workers yet. The landlord told me, half joking, not to Google the fire that used to be where our parking lot is. The lady at the gas station won't let me pay without asking. So anything banging in your walls this week? They all think it is the same thing, ghosts trapped under the asphalt still knocking. What none of them know is that I figured out where the knocking really comes from. And the truth is so much worse than a ghost. This is what happened inside apartment 412. 1.1. Why I am writing this down. I am writing this because I cannot decide which possibility scares me more anymore. That my apartment is actually haunted, or that my brain is finally starting to give out. My name is Daniel, I am 36 years old, and I live in apartment 412 in a tired little townhouse complex off East Main, just outside Columbus, Ohio. If you pulled into our parking lot in the daytime, you would not give it a second look. Beige siding, thin grass worn down to mud, where kids cut across dented mailboxes, hanging crooked on a metal post. It is the kind of place you end up in when you are a single dad working nights and trying to pretend you still have things under control. I work the graveyard shift at a 24/7 convenience store right off US 33. It is one of those gas station grocery hybrids with 10 pumps out front and harsh fluorescent lights that make everyone look a little sick no matter what time it is. From 10 at night until 6 in the morning, it is me, the hum of the coolers, and whoever rolls through half awake and desperate for cigarettes, energy drinks, or lottery tickets. I have been doing nights long enough that my body thinks 2 in the morning is normal. That is probably part of why I kept gaslighting myself for so long about the sounds in my walls. I used to listen to horror channels on YouTube on my drive home just to stay awake. You know the kind, I mean the true stories people send in about haunted apartments, weird neighbors, cursed highways. I would unlock my phone, pick a 30-minute video titled something like 3 Real Night Shift Horror Stories, set it on the dash, and let a stranger's calm voice walk me through other people's bad decisions while I cruised past sleeping houses and dark fields. Half the time I would roll my eyes at their choices. Who keeps living there? who keeps ignoring the red flags. I always thought that would never be me. Now I hear myself answering questions in my head the way people in those stories do. That is why I am writing this down and sending it to one of those channels. I know exactly how hypocritical that sounds. Here is the rest of the picture so you understand where I was before the knocking started. I got full custody of my daughter Lily 3 years ago. Her mother left when Lily was 12. I do not have a dramatic story for that part. No car accident, no violent crime. Just a slow, ugly unraveling, too many fights about money, too many nights when one of us stayed out too long, so we did not have to be in the same room. One day my wife packed 2 suitcases, hugged our daughter in the doorway, and drove west with a man who owns a tattoo shop in Dayton. I remember her taillights more than I remember her face. Lily stayed. At first because the court said so, and then because she did not seem to know where else to be. She is 15 now. She spends more time on her phone than looking at me, which is probably normal. I tell myself it is normal. I work nights because it paid slightly more and because it meant I could be the one making sure she got to school, to appointments, to wherever she still agreed to go. Day shifts did not pay enough to cover rent and groceries and the payments on a car that is one bad sound away from quitting. Apartment 412 was what I could afford. 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths stacked in a row with a dozen others along a cracked strip of asphalt. When the leasing lady showed it to us, she apologized for the stains on the carpet and the chips in the counter. I remember saying, "It's fine, we're not picky," like I was trying to convince both of us. We just need something that works. Cheap and good enough are the words that kept repeating in my head. Inside, it is laid out like this. You open the front door into a small living room with a sagging brown sofa somebody left behind, and the complex just kept. There is a low laminate coffee table that still has faint rings from other people's drinks. To the left is a tiny dining area with a square table that wobbles if you lean on it too hard. Behind that, a narrow galley kitchen with laminate counters that try to look like marble and fail exactly 3 working burners on the stove, and a refrigerator too loud for its own good. Up a steep little staircase are 2 bedrooms and a bathroom with tile that always looks slightly damp, even when it is not. Lily took the room facing the parking lot. I have the smaller one facing the neighboring building. The laundry is not in the unit. You have to go down 1 more flight of concrete stairs past the smell of old oil and wet cardboard to a shared laundry room with 2 machines that belong in a museum. The garage is just a long strip of carports under the building's cement columns every few feet. On paper, there is nothing remarkable about any of it. It is not an old Victorian house with a history. It is not isolated in the woods. It is a box in a stack of boxes. What makes it hard to shake now is not how it looks, but how it sounds. There is a soundtrack to this place and to my life here that used to comfort me. The fridge in the kitchen has this deep, throaty hum that kicks on every few minutes and then sputters off with a little shudder. The HVAC system pushes a thin, steady breath through the ceiling vents, that soft, rushing noise that fills in the silence when the TV is off. Outside, if you crack a window at night, you can hear US 33 as a distant, constant hiss, like a highway-sized white noise machine trying to pretend it is the ocean. Across the parking lot, there is a strip of sad businesses, a laundromat, a payday loan place, a vape shop, a taco spot that is only good after midnight. The laundromat has a vertical neon sign in the window, laundromat in block letters, that buzzes faintly when it is on, throwing this sickly blue-green light through our blinds after dark. When I would come home from my shift and see that light bleeding into the living room, hear the fridge, feel the AC's breath, it meant I had made it through another night. I did not know how much I depended on that sound bed until it changed. Before the knocking, those noises meant nothing. They were just the mechanical music of regular life, the things you notice once, then tune out forever. The clunk of the upstairs neighbor closing a closet, the distant slam of a car door in the lot, the little digital beep from the microwave on the counter. They blended together into something like safety. I could sit on the couch, close my eyes, and know that if I heard those things, the world was boring and stable. I am not writing this for the police. I am not writing it for my landlord or for a lawyer or for anybody who could do something officially. They would walk through, flick a light on and off, flush the toilet, and tell me everything is up to code. I am writing this because I need to say it to someone who understands the way a normal house can slowly start to sound wrong and how crazy it makes you feel when you are the only one who seems to notice. If this all turns out to be bad plumbing and a brain fried from too many night shifts, I will accept that. Honestly, I hope some plumber watching this laughs and explains exactly which loose pipe makes that noise. I will take the embarrassment. The part that scares me is not the idea that I imagined it. What scares me is what I ignored while I was busy blaming ghosts. 1.2 East Main, 3:40 a.m. and the soundtrack of safety. On the night everything really started, nothing felt special. It was a Tuesday bleeding into Wednesday, the kind of shift that feels longer than the others for no good reason. When I finally slid the key into the lock on the front door of the store and turned it, the clock above the lottery display read 3:12 a.m. The numbers glowed a tired red in the fluorescent wash. Inside, the place smelled like it always did at that hour, a muddy mix of mop water, industrial cleaner, burnt coffee, and the greasy, stale odor that leaks out of a hot case full of food nobody should be eating after midnight. The lights hummed overhead in that high insect whine you stop hearing until you focus on it. I did a last slow walk down the aisles, looking at shelves of chips and boxed pastries and canned soup all lined up in rows like nothing bad ever happens in the world. The coffee in the pot had been sitting since maybe midnight. I dumped it in the sink where it hit the stainless steel with a dark splash and went circling the drain in a thin brown spiral. I turned off the big neon open sign, watched the red letters go black in the front window, then hit the alarm panel and listened for the 2 short beeps that meant I could go home. Stepping outside was like walking into a different planet. The parking lot was mostly empty now. Just a couple of semi-trucks parked along the edge, their engines off hulking shapes in the sodium orange glow of the streetlights. The air had that late fall bite to it, cold enough that my breath came out in little white ghosts and vanished above the cracked asphalt. Somewhere far down the highway, a horn blared once and then faded away. US 33 runs like a dull metal vein past the store, carrying less traffic at 3 in the morning than you would think. A few headlights slid by, reflected in the glass doors, then were gone. No music, no shouting teenagers, no rush hour anger. Just the soft rush of rubber on pavement and the endless hiss of the road, as if the whole highway was whispering under its breath. I got into my car, an aging Civic that rattles in cold weather, and slammed the door. The sound echoed sharper than I expected in the empty lot. The engine coughed, then caught. I put my phone on the dash, thumbed open YouTube, and hovered over one of the horror channels I always listen to on the drive. The thumbnail showed someone's blurry hallway caught on camera, the title promising true nightmare fuel. For once, I didn't hit play. My head already felt crowded. The drive down East Main was familiar enough that sometimes I swear my hands could do it without me. Shuttered fast food places slid past on both sides, a McDonald's with only the golden arches lit, a Wendy's sign flickering an empty Taco Bell parking lot, with a single shopping cart turned on its side like it had died there. The strip malls were dark, all the weight loss clinics and nail salons and vape shops stacked in rows behind big blank windows. Streetlights spaced along the road painted everything in that ugly, nostalgic orange. Patches of fog clung low over drainage ditches and empty fields behind chain-link fences. Every now and then, I would pass a house with one square of light still on in an upstairs window, and it was like seeing an aquarium tank in a closed pet store, a little pocket of life floating in the dark. I turned off East Main and into our complex, the tires rolling over the familiar dip where the asphalt had sunk over a drain. The front sign for the townhouses was half lit, two of the letters dead, so it read something that was almost but not quite the complex's name. The kind of thing you stop noticing until you realize it has been months and no one has fixed it. The parking lot behind our building looked the same as always. Oil stains in irregular maps under each spot, a few old sedans and minivans, parked crooked, one lonely pickup truck with rust chewing up its rear wheel wells. A single security light on the corner buzzed and flickered, throwing a circle of pale yellow-white down on a busted plastic lawn chair someone had abandoned near the dumpster. I pulled into my usual spot, killed the engine, and sat for a second with my hands on the steering wheel. The car ticked as it cooled. That steady whisper of US 33 was there in the distance, a low, constant shh passing under everything else. I opened the door, and the cold slapped me awake better than the horror video would have. My breath turned white again as I stepped out and shut the door with a sharp clack that bounced between the buildings. The automatic lock beeped when I hit the fob, a tiny electronic chirp in the big, cold quiet. Gravel crunched under my shoes on the short walk to the back stairs. Someone had left a pizza box flattened against the wall by the stairwell, grease spots dark on the cardboard, its edges moving just slightly in the wind. Inside the stairwell, the air changed. It was warmer, but it smelled of concrete dust and the stale, damp scent of wet coats and old leaves that have blown in and then been forgotten. My footsteps echoed up the enclosed space, hollow and regular. On the second-floor landing, I could hear a TV murmuring behind one door, canned laughter leaking into the stairwell in little bursts. Farther up, someone's bathroom fan whirred. By the time I reached the third floor and the hallway that led to 412, the building's noises had settled into something more familiar. The exit sign at the far end glowed red, humming softly. The carpet runner was worn down in the center, flattened by years of tenants. I fished my keys from my jacket pocket, feeling the cold metal against my fingers, and unlocked my door. Inside, the apartment smelled faintly like old coffee and whatever Lily had microwaved for dinner before bed. I used to hate that smell, reheated leftovers and cheap instant noodles. But at that hour, it meant she had eaten, she was home, and nothing had gone catastrophically wrong while I was ringing up drunk strangers. I flipped the living room light on low. The bulb in the ceiling fixture is weaker than it should be, so it cast a tired yellow cone over the sagging sofa and the scuffed coffee table. The rest of the room stayed in a kind of half shadow that didn't bother me. This was our shadow, our mess. My keys went into the little metal bowl on the entry table with the same brittle clink they always made. It is a small sound, but I have heard it enough now that I could pick it out from 100 other noises. Shoes off, next my heels dug into the worn gray carpet, leaving faint impressions that rose back up slowly. The kitchen was only a few steps away. I opened the fridge. The rubber seal made that soft, sucking sound as it released, and a cooler wave of air brushed my face. The light inside was too bright for my eyes, reflecting off bottles of cheap soda, a half-empty carton of milk, leftover spaghetti in a plastic container. Somewhere deep in its chest, the compressor kicked over from its idle state into a louder, throatier hum, like a big animal clearing its throat. I grabbed a soda, closed the door, and listened to the hum settle into its usual background note. Before I let myself sink onto the couch, I walked down the short hallway to check on Lily. The hallway light is this weak amber glow from a small lamp we keep on a shelf, just enough to see by. Her door was cracked open the way she likes it. Through the gap, I could see the soft rectangle of pale blue from her phone face down on the bed screen, occasionally pulsing with a notification. The white noise machine in the corner, really just a cheap standing fan on low pushed air around, with a constant soothing rush. I listened for a second, waiting for any change in her breathing. She was snoring very lightly the way she does when her sinuses act up. It was normal. It was hers. That is what I want you to understand at that moment. Everything fit. Outside was big, cold emptiness, a highway and a half-asleep town. Inside was this cocoon of predictable mechanical noise. Fridge hum. HVAC breath. Fan in my daughter's room. A TV always on some channel somewhere in the building. If you had asked me right then, I would have said those sounds meant I was home and nothing weird was happening. I went back to the living room, kicked my feet up on the coffee table, and pulled the thin throw blanket over myself. I turned the TV on, muted it, scrolled, until I landed on a late-night cooking competition rerun. I turned the volume up just enough to hear the low murmur of the host and the soft clatter of pots and pans, nothing dramatic. The kind of background noise that is more about filling silence than actually watching. As I lay there, my body began to do that slow descent it does when you are bone-tired muscles, unwinding thoughts, blurring at the edges. The sounds of the apartment braided together into a single soft wall, HVAC rushing fridge, humming TV murmuring fan in Lily's room, the distant whisper of US 33 through the glass. They stopped being separate things and became one steady, gentle pressure inside my ears. If you have ever worked nights, you know you can fall asleep in that kind of sound in under a minute. Your brain clings to it because it means the world is continuing on without you for a while. It means you are allowed to let go. I was almost gone when I noticed vaguely that the fridge had cycled off. The fan in the hallway paused for a heartbeat. For just a second, the TV hit a quiet lull where no one was talking. It was nothing. A breath between breaths. If you ever want to know what real quiet feels like, wait until the house decides to turn all of that off at once. 1.3. The first night, the knocking started. I do not know how long I was actually out before it happened. It felt like I had barely closed my eyes. But when I snapped awake, the cooking show on TV had changed to some infomercial, and the room had that strange, flattened quality it only gets in the last hours before dawn. The first thing I noticed was that my mouth was dry. The second was that something felt wrong. The TV was still on, but the sound felt far away, like it was coming through someone else's wall instead of my own. A man with 2 white teeth was silently gesturing toward a blender, his voice washed down to a muffled drone under the hum of the HVAC. The living room lamp threw a weak yellow circle over the coffee table, everything outside that was a soft, unfocused gray. For a few seconds, all I heard were the usual suspects, the low rush of air through the vents, the steady ticking of the cheap clock on the wall, the faint highway noise pressing in through the windows. I was about to close my eyes again when I realized there was a new sound sitting in the middle of all of that, like a pebble on a smooth sheet. At first, I thought it was the refrigerator kicking back on. Then it happened again, and my brain finally gave it a name. Tuck, 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 tuck. 4 knocks. Dry hollow with just enough resonance to tell me it was wood, not metal. They were spaced unevenly, like somebody had tried to count in their head and then lost the beat. The sound crawled into my half-awake brain and sat there. The weirdest part was that I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It did not boom clearly from the front door the way a real knock does. It did not rattle a specific cabinet. It felt like it was somewhere just above me, and a little off to the side, maybe in the wall behind the TV, maybe in the ceiling where the vent was. I laid there on my back, staring up at the dingy white paint, listening so hard that my eyes started to water. 4 more knocks. Tock, 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 tock. Not loud exactly, not soft either. Fingertips, not fists. The sound you make when you are trying to get someone's attention without waking up the whole house. I pushed myself up on one elbow. The blanket slid down my chest. My heart was not racing yet. I was more annoyed than anything. Old building, I thought. Pipes, maybe. Somebody upstairs doing God knows what at 4 in the morning. The second I lifted my shoulders off the couch, the knocking stopped. Not faded, not moved. Stopped like somebody had taken their hand off the wall. I held my breath without meaning to. The apartment noises swelled around that sudden gap, HVAC blowing a tiny rattle in the vent. The hum of the fridge, the sales pitch from the TV snapping back into focus. I waited. Nothing. No more knocks. I let out the breath, feeling foolish, and flopped back down onto the pillow. My neck ached. My eyes burned. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, rolled slightly onto my side so I could see the side of the TV screen, and told myself not to be ridiculous. Houses make noises. You just never notice because you are not usually up to hear them. The infomercial host switched to showing off knives. My eyes tracked the gleam of stainless steel chopping vegetables on a cutting board, but my ears were somewhere else, out in the drywall and studs. For about 30 seconds, there was nothing. Just the TV and the vents and the highway. Then, like somebody had waited politely for me to settle before continuing, the knocking started again. Tock, 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 tock. Same dry taps, same uneven spacing. But now somehow it sounded closer to the hallway wall, the one by the opening that led to the bedrooms. The air felt different when it happened, like the apartment was listening too. I stared into that dark hallway, the thin strip of amber light spilling from the little lamp, and pictured all the pipes and wires that ran behind the plaster. Water lines, electrical conduits, studs, and now apparently knuckles. I was not scared yet. Not really. Irritated, definitely. It was 3 in the morning, and I had to get Lily up for school in a few hours, and here I was arguing with my own walls. Come on, I muttered under my breath, as if the building could hear me. Not tonight. 4 more knocks, right on cue. This time I threw the blanket off and swung my feet onto the floor. The carpet was cold under my soles. I stood up, my knees cracking, and took a single step toward the hallway. The knocking cut off in the middle of itself. I mean that literally. There was the first talk, then the start of a second one, and then nothing. No fade, no echo, no last little vibration in the baseboard. Just an almost physical snap back into normal apartment noise. It jolted me harder than if something had actually jumped out. The way the sound disappeared left the air feeling thin like a balloon that had just been popped and had not refilled yet. For half a heartbeat, it was as if someone had pressed mute on the whole building. TV voice suddenly muffled, HVAC breath weirdly far away, even the clock tick sluggish. I stood there in the middle of the living room, staring down the hallway, feeling like an idiot. I waited for another knock, another creak, a drip, anything, nothing. Okay, I whispered to myself, or the drywall, I am not sure. Okay. I walked down the hall because anything was better than standing there waiting. The bathroom door on the left was open. I flicked the light on. The fan made a grinding noise as it started to spin. No dripping faucet, no rattling pipe behind the shower. Just my own reflection in the mirror, hair sticking up, eyes ringed in red. Across from it, the little closet that holds the heater and water heater. I pressed my ear to the thin door, feeling the warmth radiating through. All I heard was a low, steady whoosh. No knocking. Farther down Lily's room. Her door was still cracked the same small amount I had left it. The wash of white noise from her fan met me in a gentle rush. I pushed the door open another inch and peered inside. She was on her side facing the wall blankets kicked half off like usual. Her phone lay face down near her pillow, the charging cord glowing faintly where it met the outlet. The fan in the corner oscillated slowly, its head turning back and forth, pushing air around with a soft, constant shh. Her breathing was slow and even. One arm was tucked under her cheek. The other flopped out limply over the edge of the mattress. Nothing in the room moved except the fan, no knocks. I backed out and pulled the door back to its original gap. In the hallway again, I turned in a slow circle, listening. The building gave me nothing but its usual background music, a toilet flushing distantly in another unit, the faint thump of footsteps somewhere upstairs maybe, a car door closing outside. The normal life of other people. By the time I got back to the living room, I had almost convinced myself I had dozed through the tail end of a neighbor knocking on their own wall or door. Sound travels weird in these places, I told myself. It could have been anywhere. I stood there another full minute just to be sure. No knocks. The only thing hitting anything was my own pulse bumping in my ears. Eventually, the fatigue won. You can only stare at nothing for so long before your body drags you down. I went back to the couch. The cushions sighed under my weight. This time I rolled so that my back was to the room and my face was toward the wall, my nose a couple of feet from the off-white paint. The glow from the TV painted everything in a faint, bluish wash. I pulled the blanket up again, more out of habit than comfort. "It's pipes," I said out loud, quietly. Saying it made it sound more real, even if I did not fully believe it. Old pipes, that's all. The house seemed to accept that answer for a little while. There was a stretch of silence long enough for my muscles to let go again. The infomercial had moved on to a different product. I was only catching every third or fourth word. The HVAC sighed on then off. Somewhere deep in the fridge, something clicked, and the hum changed pitch. The sounds wove themselves back into that soft blanket and tucked me under. My eyelids grew heavy. My thoughts began to slip apart. I felt myself dropping, that strange sensation of falling without moving, of the world drifting away. And then the wall hit me. Not literally. That is just what it felt like. Right behind my head, in the exact patch of sheetrock where my skull would slam if someone shoved the couch back there, was a single violent knock. Not the fingertip taps from before. This was harder, fuller, like somebody had swung the side of their fist or the head of a small hammer straight into the wall with everything they had. Crack. It sounded too loud for the room. The couch jolted just enough that I felt it through the cushion. The air in my lungs froze. I was on my feet before I knew I had moved, heart hammering so hard that for a second I honestly thought that was what I had heard. The TV was still droning about shipping and handling. The lamp was still on. The HVAC was still cycling. The clock still ticked. Nothing vibrated. Nothing swayed. There was no crack in the paint where the hit had landed. The apartment looked exactly the same as it had 10 seconds earlier, but that knock was still echoing in my bones. I turned in a slow circle, every nerve ending crawling. My ears strained for another sound, any sound that would explain it. A neighbor slamming a door, a car backfiring outside a dropped pan. There was nothing. Just the normal sounds of a normal building at 4 in the morning. My eyes drifted to the microwave over the stove. The green numbers stared back at me, 4:16. I stood there barefooted in the weak light blanket pooled at my feet, feeling like that number was more important than it really was. My breathing was too loud in my own ears. If it had just stayed in the walls that night, maybe I could have written it off as bad pipes. But it did not stay in the walls. 2.1 dinner, homework, and knocking from the floor. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I had dreamed the whole thing. That is the problem with things that happen at 4 in the morning. By the time the sun comes up and the coffee kicks in, your brain starts quietly shelving them in the sleep hallucination section. I have had enough night shift weirdness micro-sleeps déjà vu, that feeling of being watched by security cameras, to know that not everything you feel at that hour is trustworthy. The wall, though, that single hit behind my head. It sat a little too close to the front of my mind to go all the way back on the shelf. Lily's alarm went off upstairs around 6:30, the muffled chime of her phone cutting through my shallow sleep on the couch. I heard the spring of her mattress creak as she rolled over, then the thump of her feet hitting the floor. A door closed. The bathroom fan came on, pipes in the wall gave a little shudder as water rushed through them. All the normal, boring house sounds. No knocking. I pushed myself up, feeling the stiffness in my neck, and shuffled to the kitchen to start coffee. The machine gurgled and hissed, filling the apartment with the bitter smell I have come to associate with survival more than comfort. Through the blinds over the sink, thin gray daylight bled into the room, washing out the sodium orange memory of the night before. Lily came down in ripped black jeans and an oversized hoodie with some band logo I do not recognize. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail that said she had not really brushed it, just gathered it up and hoped for the best. She mumbled something that might have been morning, grabbed a bowl, and poured cereal with the kind of detached focus only teenagers seem capable of. I watched her move around the kitchen like she had always belonged in it. The familiar way she opened the cabinet with the chipped handle, the way she nudged the dishwasher door closed with her hip when it fell open an inch. There were no jerky movements, no signs of anything strange, just the same kid, hungry and half awake, more worried about a math quiz than anything happening in the walls. "Sleep okay?" I asked, pouring coffee into my chipped mug. "Yeah," she said through a mouthful of cereal. "You," I hesitated only a second. "Yeah, fine. Just tired." Tired. It was true, and it was the simplest answer. I did not tell her about the knock behind my head. Not because I wanted to hide anything exactly, but because it felt stupid spoken out loud. "Hey Lil, did you happen to pound on my living room wall like a vengeful ghost at 4 in the morning?" Did not seem like a great way to start her day. Later, after she left for school with her backpack hanging off one shoulder and earbuds already in, I tried to sleep in my actual bed. The blinds in my room do a terrible job. Daylight leaks through every slat in white stripes, painting the wall and the ceiling in lines that refuse to be ignored. Somewhere outside, a lawnmower fired up that high, angry drone, rising and falling. A delivery truck beeped in the lot as it backed up to the laundromat, the beeping sharp and repetitive. It felt like the entire world had chosen that exact morning to be loud. I lay there and listened to all of it, and thought that is what normal noise sounds like, annoying, explainable, coming from real things doing ordinary jobs. If the knocking had started, then I probably would have blamed somebody's old washing machine and rolled over. It did not. The house kept its secrets until dark. By 8 that night, the day had blurred into that in-between time where the sky is already black, but your brain still insists it is earlier than it is. I was off that night. No shift at the store. That meant I had to do what passed for cooking in our apartment. Dinner was box mac and cheese, canned tomato soup, and a sad little bag of pre-washed salad that smelled faintly like a refrigerator and regret when I opened it. I boiled the water on the stove, the burner ticking reluctantly before the blue ring of flame finally appeared. The fluorescent tube in the kitchen ceiling flickered once when I turned it on, buzzing quietly, then settled into its usual harsh glow that made the countertops look even more fake than they already were. The dishwasher was running from the earlier load, sloshing and humming. The fridge kicked its compressor on mid-boil, adding a deeper note to the kitchen's mechanical choir. This is what I mean by soundtrack of safety. If you had walked in, right then you would have heard nothing strange. Just a tired man stirring orange powder into pasta and a teenager at the table complaining about group projects. Lily sat at the small square table, Chromebook open in front of her, one leg tucked up under her, the other foot resting on its toes, so the heel hovered just off the floor. Her backpack lay half unzipped at her feet, spilling notebooks. Her hoodie was only half on, hanging off one shoulder, strings dangling. She clicked her trackpad, typed something, chewed a bite of mac and cheese, all in one continuous loop. "How was school?" I asked, more out of habit than hope. She shrugged without looking up. "Fine. Boring. Mrs. Collins gave us this stupid group presentation where we're supposed to, I don't know, explore community resources or whatever." "Sounds thrilling," I said. I drained the noodles, the steam fogging up my glasses for a second, and then dumped them back in the pot with the neon orange sauce. We settled into that uneasy comfort you get when you are both at the table, but mostly in your own heads. The dishwasher hissed and clacked behind me. The fluorescent light buzzed. The fridge hummed. Outside, a car drove through the lot, tires crackling over patches of gravel. I was halfway through asking her something about who she got stuck with for the project when it happened. 3 knocks. Clear, distinct, right under the table, tock, tock, tock. I felt them through my elbows resting on the table before my ears fully registered the sound. The wood beneath our plates vibrated slightly, spoons rattling in their bowls, as if someone were knocking from directly underneath through the floor. Lily froze fork halfway to her mouth. Her eyes flicked down, then up to meet mine. For a second, neither of us said anything. The world seemed to contract down to the 4 chair legs and the space between them. "Dad," she said quietly. "Did you feel that my first instinct was to lie? To say no, to blame the dishwasher, to blame some truck outside hitting a pothole, to push the fear back into the place in my chest where you keep all the things you do not have energy for?" "Yeah," I admitted instead. I felt it. The words sat heavy in the air between us. "There's nobody under us," she added, as if I might have forgotten the layout of our own building. She was right. Under our kitchen was concrete, the ceiling of the garage level. No basement, no unit directly below where a ceiling and floor might knock politely at each other. It's probably I started reaching for the closest explanation. Neighbors, pipes. Sound travels weird, you know. Could be someone closing a cabinet next door, and it just, before I could finish it, happened again. This time the knocks did not come from under our feet. They slid sideways somehow into the wall behind Lily's back. Tock, 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 tock. A different rhythm. 2 knocks, a pause, then 2 close together like impatience. The cabinet above the counter gave a tiny shiver. I watched as the cheap wooden door trembled just enough to make the imperfectly stacked plates inside clink together. The thin metal handle vibrated, tapping against the door in a nervous little stutter. The fluorescent light overhead chose that moment to buzz louder and flicker ever so slightly, its ballast whining. For one brief second, all the mechanical noise in the kitchen, the dishwasher, the fridge, the hum of the light felt like it had been turned down half a notch, leaving the knocks isolated and sharp. Lily twisted in her chair to look at the wall, shoulders hunched. Her ponytail brushed the back of the seat. I could see the skin on her arms pebbling with goosebumps under the hoodie. "Okay, that was not pipes," she said, voice a little higher than usual. "Did you see the cabinet old building settle?" I said automatically, hearing how useless and thin it sounded as it left my mouth. Vibration from the dishwasher, maybe. The dishwasher chose that moment to pause between cycles, the sloshing stopping, abruptly leaving a sudden pocket of quiet. In that pocket, I heard my own heartbeat, the small scrape of Lily's fork as she set it down, the whispered hiss of the HVAC from the vent near the ceiling. No more knocks. We both sat there staring at the wall like it might move again. The fluorescent light hummed. Somewhere in the hallway outside, another apartment door shut with a distant, solid thud. A car alarm chirped once in the lot, and then quieted. I realized with an unpleasant twist in my gut that this was the first time I was not just dealing with my own fear. The thing I had written off as a fluke last night was now something my daughter had felt through her elbows on the table. The haunted apartment story I had kept locked in the back of my skull suddenly had a second witness. I forced myself to unclench my jaw, tried to smile. "Look," I said, picking my spoon back up like this was a normal conversation. If it was something serious like a structural issue or whatever, we'd see cracks, right? Loose tiles, sagging ceiling. This place is junk, but it's not condemned. Lily gave a weak laugh that did not reach her eyes. "Yeah, just junk," she echoed. We both tried to go back to eating. The mac and cheese was lukewarm and clumpy now. The soup had formed a thin skin on top that broke in sad little waves when I stirred it. Every time my spoon bumped the side of the bowl, I flinched, half expecting to feel another knock travel up through the ceramic. We made it through the rest of dinner without any more sounds from the floor or the wall. The dishwasher resumed its noisy sloshing. The fluorescent light steadied. The fridge hiccuped once and groaned back into a steady hum. On the surface, everything slipped back into normal. Still, both of us kept glancing down at our feet, as if something might reach up from the concrete and tap us on the ankles. That was the first night it wasn't just my problem anymore. 2.2, 3 knocks at the front door. Lily did not even pretend she wanted to sleep upstairs that night. After we cleared the dishes and pretended we were not listening for more noises from under the table, she grabbed her pillow and her favorite blanket from her room without a word and brought them down to the living room. She dropped them on the couch next to mine and stood there waiting to see if I was going to call her out on it. I did not. "You want to watch something?" I asked instead, as if this was just a regular movie night and not both of us quietly avoiding our bedrooms. "Yeah," she said a little too fast. "Something not scary." We settled on the couch, side by side, wrapped in our own blankets. I scrolled through Netflix until we landed on some generic action movie she had already seen 3 times. Lots of car chases, no ghosts, no haunted anything. The kind of film where the loudest sounds are explosions and bad dialogue. The living room felt smaller with both of us in it. The overhead lamp was off, just the warm glow from the floor lamp in the corner, and the blue-white light from the TV spilling over the cushions and the coffee table. The blinds were closed tight, but I could still see the outline of the laundromat's neon bleeding through in jerky pulses when the sign outside flickered. Around us, the building settled into its own version of night. Through the shared wall with the next unit, I could hear a neighbor's TV turn down low. Every now and then, laughter would float through muffled and distant like it was underwater. Someone up the hall walked past their footsteps, a soft thud, thud, thud on the worn carpet runner, followed by the faint metallic chime of the elevator dinging as the doors opened and closed on another floor. Closer in apartment 412 played its familiar loop. The fridge in the kitchen hummed steadily, then clicked off, then on again. The HVAC whispered cool air through the vents, making the floor vent by the couch exhale gently against my ankles every time the system kicked in. The microwave clock cast its weak green glow over the stove. On the surface, it felt almost normal. Lily curled toward the TV, her head near my shoulder, the light stroking her face in shifting blues and oranges as cars exploded on screen. She scrolled her phone during the slow parts, thumb moving in small, quick arcs. Every so often she would drop a comment about the movie, just enough chatter to pretend we were not both listening harder to the apartment than to the plot. I could feel that underlying tension in her, though. The way she jumped a little when a car door slammed outside, the way her eyes skittered toward the kitchen whenever the dishwasher changed cycles. She kept her feet tucked up under her blanket, away from the floor, like she did not trust what might come up from under it. "Hey," I said at one point when the movie got boring. "It's probably just the pipes. The building's old. Things knock around, it echoes weird." She made a face, not quite buying it. "Yeah," she said. "Pipes in the concrete garage floor, totally normal." I did not have a comeback for that, so I just let the movie fill the silence. On screen, someone shouted, someone else fired a gun, and a car went through a plate glass window in slow motion. It all felt far away, like noise from a different universe. Time blurred the way it does when you are tired, and the room is dark, and the TV is the only clock you are half watching. The last time I checked the actual one, the green digits on the microwave said 12:54 a.m. After that, scenes slid into each other. At some point, the action movie hurtled into its third act, and then the autoplay 3-second countdown flashed in the corner. Next up in 3, 2, 1. I do not remember what we picked next. Something with quieter moments, which was the mistake. It was during one of those quiet moments, two characters sitting in a car, talking in low voices, that it happened. We were both watching the screen, attention lulled by the soft dialogue. The fridge was humming. The neighbor's TV had gone silent. Somewhere far down the hall, the elevator dinged, and then was quiet again. Even the highway sounded like it had turned down a notch. In that thin quiet, there came 3 knocks on our front door. Not in the wall, not under the floor, on the door itself. Knock, knock, knock. There is a specific sound a real solid knock on a real solid door makes. It is fuller than a tap on a wall. You feel it through the frame, through the floor. The wood flexes just slightly under the impact, sending a low, blunt thud through the air. These 3 knocks had that quality. They came from shoulder height, right where a person would stand. Lily's hand shot out and clamped around my forearm, fingers digging into my skin. On screen, the characters kept talking, but their voices dimmed under the echo of those 3 beats. I grabbed the remote and hit pause. The TV froze mid-sentence. At the exact same moment, the fridge compressor cut out with a soft clunk, dropping the hum out of the room. The timing was so perfect, it felt intentional, like somebody had hit a master kill switch on all the background noise so we would hear nothing but what came next. For a second, there was nothing at all. No TV, no fridge, no footsteps outside, no neighbor's laughter. Just that thick, heavy silence stretching its arms out in the living room. "Did you?" Lily started. "I heard it," I said, maybe too fast. My heart was pounding, but years of night shift and late-hour weirdos have trained a certain muscle memory into me. You hear knocks, you answer, because sometimes there is a drunk person at the wrong door or a neighbor with a real problem. You do not just ignore it. I slipped my arm out of her grip, pushed the blanket aside, and stood up. My feet hit the carpet with a soft thud. Every movement felt loud in the hush. I crossed the short stretch of living room toward the door, suddenly very aware of how thin that slab of wood was between us and the hallway. The peephole is old and cloudy. You have to put your eye right up to it and squint to make anything out. I did. The metal plate around it felt cold against my cheek. The hallway outside was empty. The overhead lights were on their night setting, dimmer than usual, tinting everything a little more yellow. The carpet runner looked like it always did, flattened in the middle, darker near the walls. The exit sign at the far end glowed red and steady, casting a faint reflection on the glass of the fire door. There were no shadows that did not belong, no shapes hovering outside anyone's door. I held my breath and listened. Nothing. No retreating footsteps, no doors closing, no voices. The only sound was the building's quiet breathing, the low whoosh of an air handler somewhere, the distant, barely there hiss of ventilation moving through ductwork. "Hello." I called loud enough to carry through the wood, feeling ridiculous even as I did it. My voice sounded wrong, too bright in the stillness. The sound bounced back at me from the peephole, muffled and small. The hallway did not answer. I waited, counted to 5, to 10. No one knocked again. I slid the deadbolt back but did not open the door. I knew if I cracked it and saw nothing but empty hallway, it would freak me out more. Instead, I stepped away from it, back toward the center of the room, trying to decide how I was going to spin this for Lily, so she did not spend the rest of the month sleeping at the foot of my bed. I had taken only 2 steps when a 4th knock came. This one was soft, but somehow worse than the first 3. It did not come from the door at all. It came from above us. A single muted talk from the ceiling directly over the couch where Lily was still sitting. It was small enough that you might have missed it if you weren't listening for anything. But we were both listening for anything. Our heads snapped up at the same time, eyes lifted to the spot where the ceiling met the wall over the living room. The light from the lamp made the paint up there look uneven bumps and ridges, casting tiny shadows. Nothing moved. The ceiling vent was still. No pipes rattled. No footsteps crossed the unit above us. Just that one little knock hanging in the air behind us, like whatever had stood at our front door had decided to drift through and announce itself from above on its way out. If you have ever had that feeling of someone walking over your grave, that cold ribbon up your spine, it was like that but vertical. The idea that something could knock at the door and then seconds later knock from directly over my daughter's head without any of the in-between sounds you would expect. No footsteps, no creaks, made all the rational excuses I had lined up suddenly feel very flimsy. Lily's eyes were wide when I looked back at her. She had pulled her blanket up around her shoulders like armor, leaving only her face and the tips of her fingers visible. "Dad," she said quietly, not even trying to hide the fear. "I do not want to go upstairs tonight." "You don't have to," I said. My voice came out calmer than I felt. "We'll crash down here. It's just somebody at the wrong door," sound bouncing around. "Old building, remember?" She did not argue, but she did not look convinced either. I went back to the couch and sat down, feeling the cushions sigh under my weight. I hit play on the movie with a forced casualness, and the frozen characters on the screen lurched back into motion, their voices tumbling into the room again. The fridge, as if on cue, kicked its compressor back on, humming like it had never taken a break. The apartment slowly filled itself with noise again, covering over that little rupture in reality as neatly as a scab. Lily insisted on leaving the volume higher than before. She wanted the house loud, every corner stuffed with human sound. She fell asleep, eventually curled against my side, the flicker of the TV strobing shadows across her closed eyelids. I kept my eyes on the screen and my ears tuned everywhere else. In my head, an ugly little list was forming no matter how much I tried to push it away. Wall, floor, door, ceiling. The knocks had touched every surface of our home now, like fingers tracing the outline of a box. 2.3. The man in the laundry room. The knocks did not stop after that night at the door. They just changed their mind about where they wanted to live. For the next couple of days, they came and went like bad weather. One night, it would be a single tap from the wall by the stairs as I walked past with an armful of laundry. Another night, it would be 2 or 3 soft knocks from somewhere near the ceiling vent at the exact moment the HVAC shut off. Once, while I was half asleep on the couch, I heard what sounded like knuckles brushing across the underside of the coffee table, just a faint tock-tock that made the remote jump a fraction of an inch. It was never loud enough to be undeniably physical, never long enough to point my phone at and catch on video. Just little jabs in the edge of my awareness, then gone. I kept trying to rationalize them into the background. Old buildings cool down at night. Pipes contract and expand. Someone upstairs drops a shoe. Someone next door shuts a cabinet. The fridge compressor clicks over and the whole kitchen frame shifts a hair. Sound travels in weird ways through wood and drywall and concrete. I repeated these facts to myself the way other people repeat prayers. Lily pretended not to hear most of them, or maybe she really did not notice the smaller ones. Teenagers live half inside their screens. It is possible the house could have fallen down around us, and she would only register it if the Wi-Fi cut out. Still, I noticed the way she lingered downstairs until the last possible second before bed now. How she triple-checked the lock on her window before turning off her bedroom light. We did not talk about the front door, or the ceiling, or the way the 4th knock had seemed to follow me back into the room like a shadow. On the 3rd day after that, I ran out of clean work shirts. That is how I met Jim properly. The laundry room is down a flight of concrete steps off the back stairwell behind a heavy metal door with a closer that slams if you do not catch it. It always smells the same, a mix of cheap powdered detergent dryer sheets that died 10 years ago, but are still being used, and that damp metallic tang of old pipes sweating behind the cinder block walls. The air in there is warmer than the hallway, humid enough to fog the single wire-reinforced window when both dryers are going. You feed the machines quarters and silent prayers. They respond with indifference. That afternoon, one of the big industrial dryers was already running when I pushed the door open. The drum thundered as it spun, a dull, constant whoomp, whoomp, whoomp that vibrated faintly through the concrete floor. The other dryer sat quiet with its round glass door hanging open like a mouth. One of the washers chugged through a rinse cycle, sloshing water and banging occasionally as a zipper hit the metal drum. A guy stood at the folding table methodically stacking t-shirts into neat piles. He was maybe in his early 60s, tall but softened around the middle with a curl of gray hair that looked like it used to be darker and wilder. He wore an old Columbus Fire Department t-shirt, faded to almost pink, and a pair of cargo shorts despite the chill outside. His hands were big and square fingers nicked and scarred in the way that says they are used to handling heavy, hot, or sharp things. I had seen him in passing before by the mailboxes in the parking lot, with a toolbox balanced on one hip, but we had never gone beyond the nod stage. "Hey," I said, hoisting my overstuffed laundry basket up onto the flimsy metal chair near the door. "Afternoon," he grunted, not unfriendly. He kept folding the fabric, whispering against itself. For a while, we operated on parallel tracks, me loading a washer, him building a citadel of perfectly folded towels. The dryer drummed steadily, heating the room. A fluorescent tube in the ceiling clicked once, buzzing a little louder, then settled. Somebody's sock lay abandoned on the floor near the second washer, lonely and gray. "How's the water pressure in your place?" he asked suddenly, like we'd been mid-conversation. Fine," I said. "Shower screams a little when it first turns on, but it works." He nodded, which I took as approval. "You in 412, right?" he added. "I've seen you going up there." "Yeah," I said. "That's us. I'm Daniel." "Jim," he said. He didn't offer a handshake. His hands were busy. He flicked a t-shirt into the air with a practiced snap and caught it flat on the table. We lapsed back into silence. The washer I had just loaded groaned to life, water gushing in. Somewhere behind the wall, pipes rattled and settled. For a second, the sound reminded me of the knocks, and my shoulders tightened before I could stop them. Jim must have noticed, because he glanced up, one eyebrow lifted. "You hear a lot of noise up there?" he asked. "These old places sound bounces all over. I get TV from 3 floors up sometimes." The question was casual, tossed out like bait. I could have just nodded and complained about the neighbor's stereo. I should have. "Yeah," I said instead. "Yeah, actually. I've been hearing these weird, I don't know, knocks. Mostly at night. Probably just bad plumbing." I tried to laugh when I said it'd make it nothing. The laugh came out thin and wrong. The moment the word knocking left my mouth, something in Jim's face shifted. It was small, his jaw tightening a notch, the lines around his eyes pulling inward, but it was like someone had changed the lighting in the room. His hands stopped moving, mid-fold fingers resting on a half-creased dish towel. The dryer kept pounding behind us, oblivious. "Knocks," he repeated, voice lower. "Huh. Yeah," I said suddenly, wishing I had kept my mouth shut. "You know, 4 in the morning, something tapping the walls, stuff settling. It's probably nothing." He did not look convinced. "Uneven?" he asked after a beat. "Doesn't keep a steady rhythm, moves around on you sometimes?" I blinked. "Yeah," I said slowly. "Yeah, actually. Sometimes it sounds like the wall by the couch, sometimes the floor, the door, the ceiling. It kind of travels." He nodded once, eyes narrowing a little, like he was matching a description in his head. "Does it ever start out pretty strong," he went on, "then kind of get weaker, like it's got some force behind it at first, then fades, then comes back a little, then fades again?" There was no reason the laundry room should feel colder. It did anyway. I thought of the 3 firm knocks on the front door, followed by that softer one overhead. I thought of the way the taps had started crisp under the table, and then turned small and shy in the wall. Sometimes, I admitted, it changes. Jim looked down at the towel under his hands. For a second, he wasn't in the laundry room anymore. His eyes had gone somewhere else entirely. "You know what used to be where that parking lot is now?" he asked, not looking up. "The laundromat," I said, confused. He shook his head. "Before that." I realized then that his t-shirt was not just a thrift store find. The faded logo on his chest, the Maltese crossed the station number. I had seen enough of those to recognize the real thing. "You were a firefighter," I said. 26 years, he replied. He let go of the towel and leaned back against the folding table, hands gripping the edge. "Retired now. Back hurts too much, lungs don't like smoke anymore. But yeah, I was on the job in '83. The year hung there, meaning nothing to me until he filled it in. That shoe factory," he said. "The one they tore down to put this place up. You ever see pictures?" I shook my head. "It was 3 stories, he said. Old brick, bad wiring, no real sprinkler system. They crammed as many machines and people in there as they could. Cheap labor, cheap safety. You know how it goes." He spoke in that flat, practiced tone people use when they've told a story too many times and don't want to feel all of it again. "Still, I saw the edges. It went up fast," he continued. "Started on the 2nd floor, late shift. By the time the first call came in and we rolled up, flames were already licking out the windows. Smoke pouring out of every crack. You could smell the rubber and glue from a block away. I can still smell it when I get a whiff of certain chemicals." He made a small, dismissive sound in his throat, like he was annoyed at his own memory. Alarms were screaming. People were already outside, coughing their lungs out, faces black with soot, some of them half-dressed from the locker rooms. And over all of that, you could hear them. Hear who I asked, even though I already knew. "The ones who didn't get out," he said quietly. "Night crew on the 3rd floor." When the ceiling started to go, a bunch of beams came down over the stairwell, blocked their exit. Fire ate through the roof up top and dropped it right on them. We were trying to get hose lines in and trying to ventilate, but the heat. He cut himself off, eyes unfocusing for a second, like he was seeing it again. I could almost feel it with him, the blast of oven-hot air when the doors first open, the thick, choking smoke that makes every breath taste like pennies and plastic. The flash of orange through gaps where windows used to be, the crackle that is not a pleasant fireplace sound, but something closer to bone snapping. And under all that, he said you could hear the knocking. The dryer's heavy rumble suddenly seemed like a cheap imitation. On the walls, he went on the pipes, on the beams, whatever they could reach back there. You'd get a rhythm, bang, 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 then it'd move. Different spot. Bang, bang, pause, bang. Loud at first, then softer, then somewhere else. Sometimes it sounded like it was right under your boots, sometimes like it was over your head in the smoke. Men yelling through their masks, "We're coming, keep knocking." He mimed hitting something with the side of his fist once, twice, 3 times against the edge of the folding table. The sound was sickeningly familiar. We followed it as best we could, he said. But the floor was going. Roof was dropping pieces everywhere. Ceiling tiles burning insulation. You'd get close, think you were right on top of them, and then a wall would sag, or the heat would spike, and you'd have to back out, or you'd all die in there with them. So you step backward, and the knocking gets fainter, and you know that's your fault too. He swallowed, throat working. "We stayed until we couldn't," he said. When they finally called it, when the chief said we were switching from rescue to recovery, the knocking had already mostly stopped. There'd be a stray bang every few minutes, then nothing. Just the fire eating what was left. The washer beside us sloshed loudly, as if trying to fill the silence he left. I realized I had been holding on to the laundry basket so hard my fingers hurt. "So when you say you hear knocking at night," Jim said finally, looking at me again, uneven, moving around, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. "I know that sound. I know it more than I want to." He let go of the table and reached for another towel, like he needed the task to anchor himself back in the present. "It's old buildings," I said automatically, because that was the script I had written for myself. "They settle. Pipes. Water hammers. I've Googled it." He gave a small, humorless smile at that. "I'm not telling you it's ghosts," he said. "I'm not that guy. I'm just telling you, those knocks in 412. The other night when I was sitting in my chair down below and I heard them through the ceiling." He paused, folding the towel with slow precision. "They sound exactly like the ones we followed through that factory," he finished. "And one of the men whose knocking I followed that night used to live in this building. This whole wing used to be his row of houses before they remodeled. Far as I can tell, part of your unit sits right where his front room was." For a second, the warm, humid air of the laundry room turned heavy in my lungs. The background hum of the dryer, the chugging washer, the buzzing light, they all seemed to pull back, leaving the memory of his story and the thin echo of those knuckles on metal and wood. "How do you know that I asked, even though I already regretted asking?" "Old habit," he said. "You see, enough people die, you start reading the names in the paper." His address stuck with me. Years later, they slapped some beige siding on top of it, call it affordable housing, but the concrete doesn't forget where it was poured. You know. He shrugged, suddenly small in his faded department t-shirt. "I'm not saying it's him," he added quickly, almost apologetic. "I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying I know that sound, and I don't like hearing it again." That was it. No warning to move out, no dramatic cross himself, no burn some sage advice. He just stacked his last towel, scooped up his basket, and nodded in my direction. "Good luck with your plumbing," he said, and walked out the door, closing behind him with a soft, final thud. I stayed there a minute longer, standing in the warm hum and detergent smell, listening to the machines, and trying to make them drown out the phantom rhythm he had put in my head. Bang, 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 fainter, elsewhere, then gone. When I finally carried my own damp clothes up the stairs, each footstep felt heavier, like the air thickened the closer I got to 412. The hallway outside my door was quiet. The exit sign glowed. Somewhere a TV murmured through a wall. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, and for the first time, I could not hear a single creak, pop, or rattle from the building without wondering who might be trapped on the other side of it, still knocking. 3. The knocking goes online. I did not tell Lily every detail of what Jim said in the laundry room, but I did not have to. Teenagers are like bloodhounds for things you would rather they did not latch onto. That evening, when I came back up carrying my basket of half-damp t-shirts and the smell of detergent still clinging to my clothes, she was sitting at the kitchen table with her Chromebook open and her knee bouncing a mile a minute. The second I walked in, she glanced up, read my face, and narrowed her eyes. What she asked. "You look like you just saw something gross in the drain." "Just laundry," I said, setting the basket down a little harder than I meant to. "Met the guy from downstairs. Jim. He used to be a firefighter. Talked my ear off about, old stuff." Her knee bounced faster. "Factory fire," she asked. The words hit me like a slap. "How do you know about that?" I said. She turned the Chromebook toward me. On the screen was a grainy black and white newspaper scan from what looked like the early 80s. The headline across the top of the page read, "8 killed in late-night shoe factory blaze below." It was a photo that had clearly been taken from across the street. Flames poured out of tall windows, turning the night sky white. You could see silhouettes of ladder trucks and a spray of water arcing up caught in the flash. Even frozen, it looked hot. "I could hear you down there," she said. "You're not exactly quiet when you're freaked out. I heard factory for fire, trapped, knocking." I Googled the address. At the bottom of the article in smaller print, there was a list of names and ages, line after line of ordinary people, machine operators, night supervisors, a janitor, ages ranging from 19 to 57. Next to each was an address. She jabbed her finger at one of them, somewhere in the middle. "Look," she said. "That's our address, 412 East Main. He lived where we live." It took a second for my brain to process seeing those numbers there in black and white next to someone else's name. Javier Ortiz, 34, 412 E Main. I felt a stupid, irrational jolt of annoyance that the paper had printed the full address, like that was a greater violation than the way he died. Then the annoyance slid into something colder, heavier, as if someone had quietly stacked another weight on my chest. "You're sure it's the same building?" I asked. She rolled her eyes the way only a 15-year-old can. "Dad, I can read. They tore the factory down, but the worker housing over here." She flicked to another tab, showing a city archive site with a blurry aerial map. Got turned into these townhouses in the 90s or whatever. Same row, same lot, same numbers. He was in one of these units. We're in one of these units. It's not rocket science. She clicked back to the article, then to another tab with an even worse photo. This one a daylight shot of the factory skeleton after the fire-blackened beams sticking up like broken ribs against a washed-out winter sky. So she said, leaning back, crossing her arms, "We have a dead shoe guy under our parking lot and weird knocking in our walls." Do you still think it's just pipes? I opened my mouth, closed it, then reached for the most adult sentence I could find. I think two things can be true at once, I said. There was a fire. It was awful. And this building is old. Old buildings make noises. People like to connect dots. It doesn't mean somebody's ghost is tap dancing in our kitchen. She snorted. Tap dancing? No. Unionized shoe worker haunting our apartment. Maybe. There it was. The phrase that would end up doing more damage than either of us intended factory ghost. Within an hour, she had turned it into a joke with her friends. I heard the muffled ding of her notifications as she typed out messages. My apartment is 100% haunted. I keep hearing the factory ghost knocking bet he wants his overtime pay. She showed me a private Snapchat story. She had made a quick selfie video of her in her room with the lights off, whispering POV, "You live on top of an old shoe factory, and the union rep won't stop knocking," followed by a badly edited photo of a transparent guy in a hard hat hovering over our building. It was ridiculous. It was also easier than admitting she was scared. "Maybe do not broadcast our address," I said weakly. "I didn't," she said. "Just said my place." Chill. She kept calling it that, though in a half-joking, half-testing way. Factory Ghost did not like my chemistry homework. Factory Ghost knocked 3 times when DoorDash arrived. Every time her phone lit up, some little part of me tensed, waiting to see if she had captured something I could not explain. Because while she was turning it into content, the sound itself was getting worse. That week, the knocking stopped pretending it had a favorite spot. It showed up during dinner again, 3 sharp taps from inside the pantry door while I was reaching for the salt. The shelf shivered canned soup rattling in place. Lily laughed too loud and said, "He's mad you bought generic," then went quiet faster than she meant to. It found me in the shower, which felt like a low blow. There is something uniquely helpless about standing naked under 2 bright bathroom lights with water pounding your head and hearing someone or something knock on the other side of a tiled wall inches from your ear. The first time it happened in there, I had my eyes closed, letting the hot water run over my face. Under the roar, I caught a dull, hollow thunk behind my skull, like someone had tapped the bathroom wall once with a knuckle. I froze, soap stinging my eyes. Another thunk a little higher, near where the pipe must have snaked up to the shower head. I shut off the water, heart hammering, and stood dripping and stupid in the sudden cold silence, listening. The fan whirred overhead. The vent in the ceiling breathed. No more knocks. The tile was cold and slick under my hand when I pressed my palm against the spot I thought it had come from. Just wet porcelain and my own pulse. Old pipes, I told myself, standing there with goosebumps rising on my arms. Expansion, contraction, physics. Physics followed me around the apartment after that. Every time the fridge kicked on, I flinched. Every time a cabinet clicked shut, my shoulders went tight. Late at night, when the house would slide into that mechanical lull between the fridge turning off and the HVAC turning on, the silence felt loaded like a held breath. That is when the knocking liked to show up most. I would be alone in the living room after Lily had finally retreated upstairs. The TV volume turned down low so I didn't wake her. The apartment's soundtrack would hit that perfect dead zone fridge off vents, idle neighbor's TV muted between commercials, and the quiet would land in my ears with actual weight. In that single perfect pocket of stillness, somewhere in the space between the kitchen and the hallway, there would come a small, deliberate talk. Sometimes 2, sometimes 4. Never enough to track properly. Always just enough to remind me it was still there. It got to a point where I started counting the seconds between appliance cycles, unconsciously bracing, when I felt that little dip in the noise. It is a special kind of hell, waiting to see whether your own house is going to make the sound you are afraid of. Meanwhile, the rest of my life did not stop just because my walls were acting up. The night shift at the store still needed to be worked. People still wanted cigarettes and scratch tickets and pizza slices at 2 a.m. My boss still left passive-aggressive notes about the coffee not being fresh enough. On my nights off, I tried to be the dad who helped with homework, who remembered to sign permission slips, who did not stare too long at the ceiling when a truck rattled by outside. But I could feel something in me stretching thin. Basic things started slipping. I poured orange juice into my coffee one morning instead of creamer, and only realized halfway through a sip. I caught myself rereading the same line in a text from my sister 3 times because the refrigerator had made a noise I didn't like in the middle of it. At the store, I rang up a guy's gas on the wrong pump because I was thinking about water pipes behind walls instead of listening to his words. Sleep turned into a negotiation. On nights when the knocks were quiet, I'd get 3, maybe 4 hours and wake up feeling like someone had filled my veins with wet sand. On nights when they were loud, I lay there on the couch with my eyes open, listening for the next one, bargaining with an empty room, like there was someone in it who could hear me. The worst part was that this was all still technically private. It was happening inside our apartment in our heads. I could still tell myself, "You are tired. You are suggestible. You listened to a firefighter tell a scary story in a hot laundry room. Now every creak sounds like a ghost." I held on to that thin, rational line the way you hold on to the edge of a pool when you are too exhausted to swim. It stayed just between us, me, Lily, the walls, the dead man in the newspaper for a little while longer. And then one night, the knocking stopped being ours alone. It went somewhere we could not control into somebody else's phone. 3-2. The call that made it real, the night it stopped being just our problem, started like every other tired school night. Lily was upstairs in her room doing what she calls homework, and what I suspect is roughly 30% homework, 30% FaceTime, and 40% scrolling. I could hear the faint murmur of her voice through the ceiling, rising and falling in bursts, punctuated by little spikes of laughter that turned muffled when she held the phone closer to her face. I was in the living room on the couch, folding the same rotation of shirts and jeans I always fold. The TV was on a local basketball game I had missed live, playing in the background at low volume. The commentators' voices blurred into a steady, excited hum over the squeak of shoes and the hollow echo of the ball on wood. The score bug in the corner crawled up and down numbers, changing without meaning much to my tired brain. The apartment felt almost calm. The fridge hummed warmly from the kitchen. The HVAC whispered through the vents. Somewhere out in the hallway, someone's door shut softly, then the building went still again. It was one of those rare moments where nothing in the house sounded wrong. I was halfway through wrestling a fitted sheet into something that might be considered folded when I heard it. Not the knock, not yet. Lily's voice. Wait, what she said, louder than before. You heard that? Her footsteps thumped once on her bedroom floor above me as she shifted. I paused, hands buried in cotton, listening. Through the ceiling, I could catch a faint, tinny voice, her friend on FaceTime, vibrating down through the thin floor. I could not make out the words, just the shape of a question. Then Lily again, sharper, with that edge of excitement that always meant drama. No, seriously, what did you hear? On the TV, someone sank a 3-pointer. The crowd roared in tiny, compressed audio. I reached for the remote and thumbed the volume down even lower, until the players were just ghosts moving silently on the screen. The house's own sounds stepped forward to fill the gap. From somewhere upstairs, near where Lily's desk sits against the wall, came 3 small, deliberate knocks. Tock, tock, tock. They were faint in the living room, filtered through drywall and carpet and her phone's microphone. but I recognized them. I would have recognized them if I'd been in a hurricane. The crazy part was that I heard them twice at the same time. Once through the ceiling where they actually lived. Once through Lily's voice drifting down, no, not her voice. Her friends, tinny and half a second behind, coming out of her phone speaker and bleeding through the boards. "What was that?" the friend said. "Who's knocking? Is that your dad?" My heart did a weird double beat, like it couldn't decide which set of sound to follow. I dropped the sheet in a pile on the couch and stood up. Before I could call out, Lily's door upstairs creaked open. Her footsteps hit the hallway, then the stairs, fast, light, urgent. She came down, still holding her phone in one hand, the screen throwing a pale rectangle of light up into her face and onto the walls. Her eyes were wide pupils blown big in the dimness. "Dad," she said, breathless. She can hear it too. It's not just the house, it's on the call. The phone in her hand crackled. For a brief second, the disembodied face of a girl I'd seen only a few times at pickup, dark hair in a messy bun, big glasses, LED lights reflecting off her lenses, stared out of the screen framed by her own bedroom. "I'm not kidding," the girl's voice said through the speaker. "Somebody just knocked 3 times, like right there. Do you have like a creepy neighbor or something?" Another set of knocks came then. Quieter this time, but close enough to be picked up. 2 gentle taps, tiny tock-tock, overlaid by the low hiss of the mic. I could hear them through Lily's phone from 3 feet away. I could feel them faintly through the bones of the building, like a second, softer echo arriving a fraction of a second after the first. My stomach dropped in a way that had nothing to do with ghosts and everything to do with how easily this could spiral. "Stay there," I told Lily. "Keep her on. I'm going up." We climbed the stairs together, her a step behind me. The building felt narrower than usual in that moment, like the walls had leaned in a little. The carpet on the steps was thin enough that I could feel the hardness of the wood underneath. The higher we went, the clearer her friend's voice became, leaking out of her phone and back into the house like a loop. "I swear it sounds like it's behind you," the friend said. "Lily, I would move." We reached her room. The door was open wide now. I stepped inside. It looked exactly like a 15-year-old's room in a mid-range Ohio townhouse, fairy lights strung unevenly along the wall, one strand sagging in the middle. A messy bed with a comforter half off, and a pile of hoodies doing their best impression of a second pillow. Posters of bands and TV shows plastered haphazardly, corners curling. A ring light sat on the desk, black and off behind her Chromebook, and an explosion of notebooks and pens. A cheap white bookcase leaned slightly to one side under the weight of makeup bags, Funko Pops, and paperback novels. Her desk was pushed up against the wall she shared with the neighbor's unit. That wall had always seemed harmless to me before, just chipped paint, a few pinholes where things had been hung and removed. Tonight, it felt like a thin membrane between us and something that could tap when it wanted. On the screen of the phone, her friend's face looked smaller in this lighting. She had pulled her knees up to her chest on her own bed laptop, balanced on top, earbuds dangling uselessly around her neck. The LED strip behind her was set to some pastel blue that made her room look like an aquarium. "Oh my God," she said, when she saw me in frame. "Hi, Mr. Lily's dad. You guys have like a poltergeist, I'm not even kidding." "Hi," I said automatically, because what else do you say? We just have bad pipes. As if on cue, the wall behind the desk answered. Talk, 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 talk. 4 knocks. The first 2 close together, the next with a little pause between them, like a second thought. They came from a spot about 3 feet above the desk, where nothing hung on the other side. The sound was crisp enough that I could feel it vibrate under my feet a split second after I heard it. On the phone, through the tinny speaker, the knocks arrived half a heartbeat later, carried and compressed and flattened, but still unmistakable. "Nope," the friend said. "Nope, nope, nope. That's like right there. I'm getting goosebumps in my house, dude." Lily's eyes were huge. She looked from the wall to me to the phone and back, like she was afraid to keep any one of them out of sight for too long. "See," she hissed. "It's not just us. It's not in our heads. It's like real. It's going through the Wi-Fi." That last line would have made me laugh on any other day. Right then, it just lodged in a corner of my brain and sat there cold and heavy. It is going through the Wi-Fi. Because that was the part my mind couldn't shake. Sound made by something hitting our wall was being picked up by her phone's tiny microphone, converted into digital noise shot across town to some other kid's bedroom, and spilled out of her speaker with enough clarity for me to hear it, back through Lily's open doorway. It had traveled. It had multiplied. "Could be the neighbor," I said weakly. "Maybe they're hanging a picture or something." At 1 a.m, Lily shot back. I did not have an answer for that either. Another pair of knocks came quicker this time, like whatever was making them was growing impatient. The friend on the screen flinched so hard her camera jostled. "Dude, tell him to stop," she said. "Tell your dad to stop messing with the wall, it's not funny." "I'm not doing anything," I said. I held up both hands, palms out toward the phone like I was surrendering to a cop. See no knocking. Without really thinking about it, I stepped over to the wall and laid my fingers against the paint. It was cool and slightly rough. I spread my palm flat, feeling the texture. I don't know what part of me decided it was a good idea to knock back. Maybe the same dumb, stubborn instinct that makes you shout into a dark basement to prove there is nothing there by behaving as if there is. With the side of my fist, I gave the wall a single, solid tap. Talk. Not hard enough to damage anything, just enough to answer. The silence that followed did not feel empty. It felt alert. The knocking stopped. Completely. Not tapered, not moved, just cut. On the phone, after the echo of my own knock faded, there was a full second of shocked quiet. Then the friend said in a much smaller voice, "Okay, I hate this. I'm hanging up. Text me if you guys like survive or whatever." The call ended before either of us could say anything else. Her face vanished, replaced by Lily's own reflection in the dark screen ringed by her ring light's unlit circle. Lily lowered the phone slowly, like she was expecting it to explode. "Great," I muttered. "We've successfully scared a child in another house. Parenting win." She did not even roll her eyes at that. That was how I knew it had gotten under her skin, too. "I'm serious," she said. "Next time we're recording it. For real. I want proof. I want to post it. Do you know how many views ghost stuff gets? People would freak out. Factory ghost of East Maine would go viral." The gleam in her eye when she said that made something in me twist. It wasn't just fear, it was opportunity. Clout. Content. Part of me understood it. She lives in a world where everything is either shareable or it didn't happen. But the idea of this thing, whatever it was, getting turned into a hashtag, a filter, a sound trend on TikTok, made my skin crawl in a whole different way. "Let's not make a marketing plan for it yet, okay?" I said. "We don't even know what it is. You start posting knocking videos from our house, and suddenly we've got people showing up in the parking lot at 2 a.m. with EMF meters and YouTube channels." Her mouth twitched. "Factory Ghost Episode 1, she said softly, like she was testing the words. "Featuring my dad having a mental breakdown." "Exactly," I said. Hard pass. She did not argue, but I could tell the idea had sunk its hooks in. She kept her phone closer that night, thumb hovering over the camera icon whenever the house went quiet for too long. Later, after she finally went to bed, door firmly cracked, fan on high, I ended up back on the couch with the basketball game on again, this time on mute. The players ran and collided in black and white highlights. Now the rebroadcast's late-night replay slot. The stadium crowd jumped and roared silently. The commentators gestured with their hands, mouths moving, voices gone. The apartment was all background and no foreground. Fridge humming, HVAC sighing, a car passing outside, headlights sweeping briefly across the ceiling. No knocking for once. I watched a slow-motion shot of a ball arcing through the air toward a hoop and thought, without wanting to, that sound went two places at once. Through our wall, through her friend's phone. It wasn't just in our walls anymore. It was in somebody else's speakers. 3.3, the hallway, the group page, and the echo. I should have known it would not stay between two teenagers and one unlucky apartment for long. By the next afternoon, the factory ghost had leaked into the ecosystem the way everything does now, through a 30-second video and a group chat. Lily's friend, the one who had bailed off FaceTime, posted a vague story, just a screenshot of their call, with a caption that said, "Lily's apartment is haunted, I'm not kidding." 3 knocks right behind her head. No address, no details, just vibes. Half her followers tapped through and forgot about it. The other half didn't. An older cousin of hers snagged it and screenshotted the caption, then threw it into a local Facebook group with 5,000 members. What's going on near the old factory lot? Underneath, she wrote, "My little cousin says her friend lives in the townhouses across from where the shoe factory burned. Now they're hearing weird knocks at night. Anyone else hear stuff over there?" Within an hour, the post had a couple dozen comments. Some were jokes. "That's just the rent trying to get paid, LOL. Tell the ghost it still owes me 2 weeks' pay from 82. Some were less funny. "I live in building C, and I've heard knocking in the hallway around 2 a.m. Thought it was somebody's drunk boyfriend. My grandma worked in that factory. She used to say the worst thing wasn't the smoke, it was the sounds. And then there were the ones that made my stomach twist, because they put numbers to the vague shapes Jim had given me. My dad was on the volunteer crew that night. Said you could hear them banging on pipes from inside. Still couldn't get to them in time. People act like that fire was 100 years ago. It was 83. A lot of us remember. Lily showed me all this with the kind of gleeful horror people get watching a car wreck. See, she said, shoving her phone under my nose while I was trying to eat a sandwich. It's not just us. Other people hear it. That's not exactly comforting, I said. It got less comforting that weekend when the knocking followed me out of our unit. I was coming up the stairwell late one night after throwing out the trash. The stairwell has its own distinct smell, cold concrete, stale cigarette smoke from people who think the cameras do not work, a ghost of bleach from whoever mops it once a week. The fluorescent tube over the first landing buzzed with that insect whine. The one over the second landing flickered every few seconds like it was thinking about giving up. My footsteps echoed in the narrow space. 2 floors down, a car door slammed in the garage, sending a dull boom up through the structure. That sound had always been easy to identify, solid, heavy, followed by the chirp of a lock, maybe a cough. Halfway between the second and third floors, in the little square of space where all that echo lives, I heard 3 small knocks. They came from somewhere near the wall opposite me, from the concrete itself, not the door. They were too light to be a fist hitting cinder block. They sounded exactly like a knuckle on drywall. Crisp, hollow wrong for that space. Tock, tock, tock. They bounced around the stairwell, turning into a quick, sharp stutter of sound, then dissolving into the hum of the lights. I stopped dead, one hand on the chipped metal railing. For a second, I thought someone was on the landing above me, screwing with me. I leaned forward, craning my neck. Empty. Just the turn of the stairs, the stained carpet, the buzzing light. I told myself it had to be the metal door at the bottom, settling on its hinges. I told myself that as I climbed the rest of the stairs, faster than I needed to, not breathing, until I was back in the relative safety of the hallway. 2 days later, I heard it again, this time near the laundry room. I was waiting for a load to finish leaning in the doorway with my phone when 3 knocks came from the other side of the cement support column nearest the door. They were small but sharp, like someone on the far side had rapped the pillar with a ringed finger. The sound did a strange thing in there, trapped between machines and cinder block. It seemed to arrive in pieces, first in my chest, then in my ears, then in the soles of my feet. The fluorescent fixture overhead buzzed louder in the split second after, as if trying to cover it. I did not mention that one to Jim when he walked in 5 minutes later. I did not want to see his face turn that particular shape again. By the end of that week, I had heard some version of the knock in every shared space in the building, the stairwell, the laundry room, even the garage. Down there under the building, the air is cooler and thick with the smell of oil and exhaust. The ceiling is low, strung with pipes and cable trays. The fluorescent strips hum in long lines, throwing puddles of harsh light onto concrete stained in overlapping ovals where cars have leaked for years. I was walking to my spot carrying a grocery bag of things too heavy to lug up the stairs all at once when a car door slammed 2 spaces over. The slam bloomed inward, making everything vibrate harder for a second. Before the echo of that die-off finished, 3 tiny knocks came from the column between our parking spots. Tock, tock, tock. You would think with all that hard surface they'd be lost in the noise. They weren't. They threaded perfectly into the gap between the tail end of the car door's boom and the return of the regular humming. Like whatever was making them was listening for where it would sound best. If you stack all those moments together, my stairwell, the laundry column, the garage pillar, it starts to look like paranoia. If you take them one at a time, they feel like glitches in the building's soundtrack. Little pockets where something else has slipped in. Meanwhile, the Facebook thread about the old factory lot refused to die. It mutated instead. Someone started a new post-shoe factory fire story. My kids should hear in the comments under that one. People traded half-remembered details, what shift their uncle had been on, who dated who in the break room, which local bar everyone went to after midnight shifts. Mixed in were personal superstitions, never buying shoes on a Wednesday, never driving past the lot with your radio off, little rules they had made to keep themselves from thinking too hard about the names they knew in that decades-old obituary. Then one night, someone shared a link that did not feel like it belonged in a Facebook fight. It was a digitized clip from some local TV documentary made back in the 90s about our town's darkest night. The video quality was awful, washed-out colors, blocky pixels, vintage station logo in the corner. The audio, though, was clear enough. According to the caption, a news crew had gotten close to the burning factory on the night of the fire. They had not been allowed inside the main perimeter, but were close enough that their camera mic picked up more than just the anchor shouting into the lens. I tapped the link open on my phone around midnight after Lily had gone to bed. I lay on the couch and the dark earbuds in, so I would not wake her, the little white cords tangling in my fingers. The video started with the expected chaos sirens wailing a reporter breathlessly explaining something I did not care about, flames reflecting in his eyes as he squinted against the heat. He talked about the bravery of the responders, about the fear in the community, about smoke visible for miles. I fast-forwarded until I saw the camera angle change. The person who had posted it had helpfully time-stamped the important part. Listen around 02:14. The shot at that point was no longer the reporter, but a wider one, firefighters moving back and forth, water hissing as it hit metal, a section of wall collapsing in a shower of sparks. The official noise was overwhelming, alarms, engines shouted orders. And under all that, if you really listened, there it was. Bang. Bang. Bang, bang. Not like a neat knock on an apartment door. More frantic, more uneven. Something hard hitting something harder muffled through debris. It came from somewhere off-screen, from behind the camera or beneath it or beyond it. The mic was not pointed at the source, but it did not matter. You could still hear the rhythm, bang, 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 bang. It was not a perfect match for what I had heard in our apartment. The acoustics were different. The space around it was bigger, full of smoke and heat and open air. But there was a shape to the sound that made my chest tighten. The way the blows clustered and then stuttered. The way the intervals between them changed, like whoever was making them was getting tired. I listened to that clip 3 times in a row, thumb hovering over the progress bar. The knock started strong in the first seconds, then grew weaker as the reporter's voice climbed. On the final loop, a firefighter yelled something about backdraft, and the sound cut off entirely, as if the source of the knocking had been swallowed. I took the earbuds out. The apartment sounds rushed back in fridge vents, distant highway. For a moment, they sounded wrong, like someone had taken the documentary's audio and recorded a cheap cover of it in here. I should have turned the TV on. I should have flooded the room with anything else. Instead, I lay there staring at the ceiling phone on my chest, the black screen reflecting a faint, warped version of the overhead lamp. At 3:03 a.m., when the fridge cycled off and the HVAC paused in that now familiar mechanical hush, 4 small knocks came from the wall near the hallway. Tock, 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 tock. I counted the seconds between them out loud without meaning to, matching them to the pattern I had just heard through cheap digitized tape of a fire that happened before I was even born. 3 seconds. 1, 2, 4. The house was not just making noise anymore. It was tracing an old pattern, like a hand running over a scar. Whether that meant anything in a supernatural sense, I still didn't know. But the feeling that the present was imitating the past, beat for beat, settled into me that night, like something that had finally found where it wanted to live. 4.1. Sleep, debt, and obsession. There is a point where being tired stops feeling like a mood and starts feeling like a place you live. I do not remember exactly when I crossed that line, only that one day I looked up and realized I had been there for a while. At the store, the overnight lights seemed brighter and meaner. The hum of the refrigeration units in the back wall of coolers dug under my skin instead of fading into the background. I would stand behind the counter at 2 a.m, watching the same slow parade of regulars, truckers, exhausted nurses, drunk college kids, and feel like somebody had put a thin layer of plastic between me and the rest of the world. The micro-sleeps started small. A blink that lasted a little too long. A moment when I would be staring at the lottery terminal and realize I had no idea what the last number I pressed was. Once I caught myself at the coffee machine, standing with my hand on the empty carafe, watching the red brew light glow, and I couldn't remember if I had just dumped a pot or if I was about to. "Daniel, you okay?" my boss asked one night after I shortchanged a guy and had to apologize and fix it while the customer glared. "Just tired," I said. It was always the same answer. "Kid's been sick. Night shift, you know." He nodded in that way managers do when they want to seem understanding, but also want you to be less of a liability. He didn't know that my kid being sick had quietly become the least of the things keeping me awake. The store had its own soundtrack, a layered grid of noises I could have mapped in my sleep. The automatic doors whooshing open, the faint, rhythmic click of the cooler fans cycling on and off behind the glass doors full of beer and soda. The clunk of the restroom door closing down the small back hallway. The little chime above the entrance that dinged whenever somebody walked in after midnight. Even the microwave had a specific tone, 3 brisk beeps when somebody's burrito or questionable pizza square was done. On a normal night, that symphony of small sounds meant nothing. They were just the noises of commerce. Now every single one of them got compared to the knocking at home. A customer would slam a drink down on the counter, and I would flinch, heart-jumping, because the hollow thud echoed just a little too much, like a fist on drywall. The restroom door would shut, and for a split second, my stomach would drop, convinced I had heard 3 knocks on it before the latch caught. None of those sounds were wrong. They had weight and source and obvious cause. The knocking in 412 had none of that. That was the difference I couldn't stop feeling. Store sounds came from real people doing real stupid things. Home sounds came from... what exactly? The less I slept, the less willing my brain was to accept pipes as a complete sentence. At home, the jumpiness started to bleed into everything. If the fridge made a slightly different click when it cycled, my shoulders went tight. If Lily dropped a book upstairs, I was halfway to my feet before my brain caught up and told my body to sit back down. There were nights when the apartment was completely quiet, and those were the worst, because silence had become a stage I was waiting for something to step onto. Even Lily noticed. "You're like twitchy," she said one afternoon, watching me nearly jump out of my skin when the mail slot clanged. "You okay?" "Fine," I lied. "Just too much caffeine." She snorted. "You drink gas station coffee and Monster. That's like your baseline personality." She wasn't wrong. What scared me was that the caffeine wasn't even touching it anymore. And then there was her own tiredness, which was a different kind of weight. At first, it was little complaints I could brush off. "I'm exhausted. My legs feel weird. I keep dropping my phone." I chalked it up to teen life, too much screen time, not enough water, bad posture. Standard dad diagnoses. But over a couple weeks, the comments added up. She would sit down at the table and then just stay there staring at her homework, like her eyes couldn't quite bring the numbers into focus. Her hand would jerk slightly when she reached for a fork, a tiny twitch in her fingers that made the metal clink against the plate. Once, as we were walking to the car, her knee seemed to buckle for no reason, and she caught herself on the side mirror with an embarrassed laugh. "I'm fine," she said before I could say anything. "Just clumsy." "I'm the clumsy one," I said. "You're usually the one making fun of me." "Yeah, well, maybe it's genetic," she muttered, rubbing her thigh, like she'd just run a mile when all we'd done was cross the lot. After the third "I'm so tired my bones hurt" comment in a week, I made an appointment with her pediatrician. The clinic was bright and cheerfully painted, all teal accents and laminated posters about hand washing. The waiting room smelled like disinfectant and children's tears. Lily sat on the crinkly paper on the exam table, hoodie sleeves pulled down over her hands, answering the doctor's questions with the mix of sarcasm and honesty only a teenager being observed can manage. "Any trouble sleeping?" the pediatrician asked. "Yeah," Lily said. "My walls keep knocking." The doctor looked at me, one eyebrow raised. I gave a weak smile. "We've had some weird noises at home," I said. "Old building. She's been a little stressed." Shush, the doctor said, scribbling something on the chart. "You've had a virus recently, right?" she asked Lily. "Your mom mentioned something when she called last month." "Yeah, like a cold or something," Lily said. "I got better mostly. Sometimes after a viral illness, teens can have lingering fatigue, muscle aches, maybe a bit of twitching," the doctor said, her tone soothing. "Add in school stress screens, not enough hydration. It can snowball. We'll do some basic blood work, check your iron, vitamin D, thyroid. Make sure we're not missing anything obvious." She turned to me. "Right now it doesn't sound like anything emergent. Just keep an eye on her. Make sure she's eating, drinking, resting when she can." If anything gets dramatically worse, confusion, trouble walking, things like that, you call us or go to the ER. She said all this with the calm authority of someone who sees worried parents for a living. A little part of me unclenched hearing post-viral fatigue and maybe anemia. Those are manageable words. They belong to the realm of labs and supplements and school notes, not whatever category factory ghosts fall into. Still, the phrase "my walls keep knocking" hung in the air between us, and the doctor's polite smile did nothing to erase it. That night at the store, I found myself listening even harder to the things that weren't knocking. The restroom door clunked shut, a hollow utilitarian sound, followed by the rattle of the cheap lock. The cooler fans in the back row clicked every 11 seconds, a little plastic tick-tick that was so consistent you could time your register drawer by it. The microwave chirped its 3 beeps at the end of each cycle, always the same pitch and length. When the automatic doors slid open, they made a soft shh that was almost comforting, like a mechanical inhale and exhale. Cars out front rolled over the rubber hose for the ancient bell near the service bay entrance, making it ring a single metallic ding each time. None of those sounds gave me the feeling that something was about to ask to be let in. At home, the knocking did. Somewhere in the middle of all this, I bought a cheap spiral notebook at the dollar store and started writing things down. At first, it was just times. I would grab a pen from the junk drawer and jot on whatever page was open. 3:12 a.m., single knock hallway wall. 1:37 a.m., 3 knocks front door. 11:24 p.m., 3 under table, then 2 by cabinet. 2:03 a.m., 4 behind couch, uneven. Then I added little notes about what else was happening. 3:12 a.m., single knock hallway wall, Lily asleep, fridge off. HVAC just stopped. 1:37 a.m., 3 knocks front door, movie quiet, fridge cuts off at same time. Lily on couch. 11:24 p.m., 3 under table, then 2 by cabinet. Eating dinner, dishwasher running. 2:03 a.m., 4 behind couch, uneven. Me half asleep. House noise very low. I did not know exactly what I thought I would find. I just knew that having it on paper made it feel less like I was being picked on and more like I was doing research. Like I had moved from crazy guy hearing things in his walls to guy with data about the things in his walls. On my nights off, I would sit at the dining table with the notebook open, flipping back and forth between pages, trying to see patterns. I circled the times and wrote Lily asleep in the margins, checking my memory. Was she in bed at 11:24 that night, or still on the couch? I drew messy graphs, trying to line knocks up with when trains rumbled past on the tracks a few blocks away, in case vibrations from them were acting up. I wrote rainy and windy next to some entries, thinking maybe the knocks only came when the building was flexing. On one page, I wrote hush and underlined it 3 times after I realized a lot of entries had some version of fridge off, vents off written next to them. The mechanical hush between cycles kept cropping up. The house seemed to prefer those pockets of silence. There were nights where I would stare at the notebook until the lines on the pages seemed to shift, the blue turning into tiny rivers I could almost hear. Other times I would slam it shut angry and shove it back in the drawer, because all I had managed to do was scare myself into seeing meaning where there might be none. The idea that there might be a pattern was bad. The idea that there might not be one, that the knocks could come at any time for no reason at all, was somehow worse. The pediatrician's words about Lily post-viral fatigue, twitching, maybe just stress, bounced around in my skull, alongside Jim's story about trapped workers and the digitized audio of frantic banging under collapsing beams. All of it layered together with the clunk of the restroom door at work, the ding of the bell, and the hollow, familiar talk in my own walls. I was tired. I was slipping. I knew that. But I also knew, with a clarity, I could not shake that something was knocking, and I could not keep pretending it was just the building settling when the building seemed to be learning my schedule. So I did what any rational, sleep-deprived person living on top of a burned factory would do. I decided to try and prove it to myself. 4.2. With the night of recorders. Deciding to record it felt like crossing a line. Up until then, the knocking lived in that weird space between experience and memory. It happened, it scared us, and then it became something we talked about and argued with in our heads. Once I hit record, I knew I'd be inviting it to live somewhere else too. In my phone and files, I could replay over and over until my brain wore grooves into the fear. The idea hit me on a day when I was too tired to be smart. I had an overnight shift coming up and a couple of hours to nap before I had to leave. The apartment was dim, late afternoon light, leaking in through the blinds in an anemic gray. Lily was upstairs, supposedly doing homework, actually texting. The fridge hummed. The TV murmured. The knocking hadn't happened yet that day, but I could feel it like a storm sitting just out of sight. I set my phone on the coffee table. Instead of queuing up a horror channel or a podcast, I opened the voice recorder app. That simple, boring interface, big red button at the bottom, flat line, waiting to become sound, suddenly looked like a dare. If we catch anything, I told myself. If we don't, it's just more proof it's stupid. I hit record and watched the line begin to jitter with the room's noise, the low rumble of the HVAC, the distant whoosh of a car going past the tiny scrape of my own fingers on the couch as I lay back down. I made a point of not talking, not moving more than I had to, like I didn't want to contaminate the evidence. Then I closed my eyes and let sleep pull me under in jagged, reluctant pieces. I woke up a couple hours later with that familiar start, the too fast heartbeat, the half second of not knowing where I was. The room looked the same. The line on my phone screen was thicker now, a stretch of captured sound. The timer at the top said 2:04:37. For a few seconds, I hovered over the stop button, tempted to play it back right then. But I had to be at work in half an hour, and I knew if I started listening, I would not stop. At the store, I told myself, plenty of dead time there. The second part of the recording plan came from Lily, even if she didn't mean it that way. That evening, as she was getting ready for bed, rubbing her eyes like she was half zombie, I mentioned the recording. I left my phone on the table earlier, I said. Just to see. Thought I heard something. Might listen through it tonight. She perked up a little at that, in the way only true crime and horror content can heat her up through exhaustion. You should put one in my room, she said. Do like a sleep study. See if factory ghost visits me at night. She said it like a joke, but there was something else under it too. Curiosity. A little fear she wanted to control by turning it into data. An hour later, after she had brushed her teeth and flopped onto her bed in an oversized t-shirt and leggings, I came in with my phone. Okay, scientist, I said. If we do this, you sleep like normal. No midnight TikTok. Deal. She rolled her eyes and took the phone from me. Fine, she said. Give me the paranormal baby monitor. We ended up compromising by using an old backup phone I still had from a couple years back, so my main one stayed with me at work. I downloaded a free decibel meter app onto it, the kind designed for band practice and annoyed neighbors. When I opened it, a little needle swung lazily in the green zone, bouncing between 30 and 40 dB with the ambient noise of her room. See, I said. Too quiet even to sue the upstairs neighbor. She laughed and placed the phone on her desk screen, facing up mic, unobstructed, the little digital needle quivering. Leave it there, I said. Plugged in. I'll check it tomorrow. She looked suddenly less amused. What if it, spikes, she asked. Am I supposed to wake up if it does? No, I said. You're supposed to sleep. I'll obsess for both of us. I meant it as a joke, but it came out more true than I wanted. That night at the store, I brought my cheap earbuds instead of just listening to the TV in the corner of the break room. It was a slow shift. The highway felt half abandoned. By 3 a.m, I had already faced the potato chip aisle twice and wiped down the coffee area just to stay awake. The break room is a little square off the stock area. Tan walls, 1 metal table, 2 mismatched chairs, a vending machine, a microwave that smells permanently like burnt popcorn. The fluorescent fixture overhead gives off a steady buzz, just loud enough that you notice it when you take your earbuds out. At 3:07 a.m., I sat at the table, pushed my lukewarm coffee to one side, and pulled out my phone. The voice recording from my pre-shift nap sat at the top of the list, time-stamped from earlier that day. 2 hours of living room sound. I plugged in my earbuds, the plastic slightly warm from my pocket, and slid them in. The fluorescent hum dropped away, replaced by the soft whoosh of my own apartment. It was strange hearing it disembodied. In the recording, the HVAC created a constant low breath. The fridge hummed intermittently, cycling on and off. Every now and then, there was the faint rustle of fabric as I shifted on the couch, the distant murmur of a car outside, the ghost of some commercial playing on the TV before I had turned it off. I scrubbed forward, watching the waveform. Little spikes here and there, my movement probably. Somewhere around the 1 hour mark, the line changed. The background sound dipped slightly, a familiar mechanical hush, where the fridge and vents both happened to be off. Then, in that pocket of quiet, 4 distinct spikes jumped up on the waveform. I tapped back 10 seconds and hit play. In my ears, over the soft rush of room tone, talk, 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 talk. It was exactly the cadence I had heard that night in real time when I'd sat up on the couch and glared at the hallway wall. Hearing it from the outside made my skin crawl. The knocks were small but clear, sitting on top of the track, like someone had dropped marbles onto a blanket. I paused, thumb hovering, and added a note in the recorder app. NAP 102 124 knocks hallway, I listened on. There were a few more moments like that, little clusters of sound that could only be the knocking. Between them, more subtle noises appeared that I had missed in the moment. A tiny squeak of springs, the creak of the couch frame, the soft exhale of my own breathing changing when the knocks hit. Half an hour later in the file, a heavier thud sounded like something solid bumping into wood. For a split second, I pictured a hand, or something like a hand, hitting the underside of the coffee table. Then, immediately after a soft, involuntary exhale, a little huh of air leaving lungs. I rewound it twice, listening as carefully as I could. The exhale sounded like me. Or it could have been me. Or I told myself maybe it could be something else. That was the dangerous part. The recording did not tell me who made the sound. It only confirmed that the sound existed. My brain rushed into that ambiguity like it had been waiting. I marked that timestamp too. 1:36:44 knock plus thud plus exhale. My handwriting later would look more excited than I wanted to admit. The next day after my shift, I pulled the sleep phone off Lily's desk and exported the decibel app log. It showed a bar graph of the night little green mountains where she rolled over or coughed, the general line bobbing gently around the baseline. Every so often, there'd be a sharper spike, thinner, taller, like someone had stuck a pin in the graph. I tapped one of them. The app played the corresponding audio snippet. White noise, first the soft whirl of her fan, the distant highway hiss, sneaking through her window frame. Then a tiny creak of mattress, springs a rustle of sheets. And then clear as a pebble in a shoe, talk. Talk. 2 quick knocks close together near the mic. The decibel needle in the log jumped into yellow and then settled. I replayed it, watching the graph. It did it again and again, small shift, noise, knock, brief lull. There was a version of reality where that sequence had a simple explanation. Lily twitches in her sleep. Her foot or hand jerks, hits the side of the bed frame. The mic, cheap and sensitive, interprets that impact as a knock. The decibel meter logs it. End of story. The app log gave me more evidence for that than for anything else. I could see the pattern micro movements, then impact, then quiet. A normal body doing weird things in sleep. I stared at that pattern for a long time. Then I did something that I am not proud of. I flipped through the log and started ignoring the spikes that had obvious let-in noise attached, noisy sheets, springs, her muffled sigh. I told myself those were contaminated, not real, not pure. I wrote down only the clean ones, the ones where the volume jumped without much else around it. 241 knock, no obvious movement. 0307, 3 knocks, steady. I circled those and labeled them likely. The ones attached to her shifting, I wrote off as secondary noises, artifacts. I minimized the possibility that her nervous system was firing off in the night, producing random involuntary motions, because that explanation scratched at a part of my brain I didn't want to touch. It was easier to believe the knocks came from outside the body than from inside it. It is funny in a sick way how fast you will betray reason when the irrational story feels cleaner. Caught up in that private editing, I didn't hear my coworker come into the break room until the door swung shut. "Hey man, you on lunch?" he asked. I jumped so hard my earbud ripped halfway out. The recording on my phone kept playing for a second, tiny knocks leaking into the air before I stabbed the pause button. "Yeah," I said too quickly, just listening to something. He glanced at the screen, saw the waveform, the timestamps, my messy notes in the margins. If he thought anything of it, he didn't say. He went to the vending machine, fed it crumpled dollar bills, waited for it to cough out chips. I sat there with one earbud still in the other, dangling my thumb over the screen like I could shield it. The shame hit me all at once, not about believing in ghosts exactly, but about how secret and intimate it felt, replaying those knocks in a fluorescent-lit break room like it was something I was sneaking on the side. In that moment, it really did feel like an affair. Not with another person, but with my own fear. And like any bad affair, I already knew I was in deeper than I was ready to admit. 4-3 false comfort and a missed clue. Calling the landlord felt like surrendering a piece of the story. Up until that point, the knocking belonged to us, and to a lesser extent, the weird little network of people online trading old fire stories and ghost jokes. The moment I dialed the number on the faded magnet stuck to our fridge, I was inviting fluorescent-lit bureaucracy into it. Clipboards, work orders, phrases like within normal limits. But I had run out of excuses not to call. Between the sleep debt, the notebook full of timestamps, and Lily's tired complaints, stacking up like dishes in the sink, I needed to at least pretend to do the reasonable adult thing, assume something physical was wrong with the building, and ask someone whose job it was to fix physical things. So I stood in the kitchen one Tuesday morning, phone pressed between my shoulder and ear, staring at the stained linoleum, while a woman with a too cheerful voice put me on hold to see when maintenance could swing by. Through the blinds, the parking lot glared back at me in bright, pitiless daylight. It's amazing how much less haunted everything looks at 11 in the morning. The laundromat sign was off. The freeway hiss sounded more like a tired exhale than anything sinister. Even the fridge hum felt almost friendly. When maintenance finally called back, they told me in that vaguely apologetic tone that Tom can be there sometime between 1 and 5. Which meant live your day around a man who will knock once and walk in to tap your walls. Tom showed up at 2:30. He was exactly who you picture when you hear maintenance guy late 50s belly just starting to hang over his tool belt. Gray stubble building key ring jangling like spurs at his hip. His work polo had the complex's logo half faded on the chest and a name tag that had lost everything but Tom and a scratch where a last name used to be. "So what's going on?" he asked as he stepped inside, wiping his boots on the mat like he'd been trained once and never forgot. I gave him the sanitized version. "Just weird noises at night," I said, "knocking in the wall's floor. Thought it might be pipes or, I don't know, structural stuff." He did the thing where he tilted his head, listening to the apartment breathe. The fridge was on. The vents were blowing low. Lily was at school, which made the place feel emptier than usual, like a stage before actors walk on. "Old buildings creak," he said, "especially with the temperature swings we've been having. Hot day, cool night things expand contract. You hear it as popping, tapping, knocking. Drives people crazy if they fixate on it." I did not love how accurately he summarized my life in one sentence, but I let it slide. He walked around with me doing the maintenance dance, tapped on the living room wall with his knuckles. The sound was dull and solid. Knocked on the hallway wall, listened. Opened the cabinet under the kitchen sink, shined a small flashlight at the pipes like he might catch them misbehaving. "Sometimes when the hot water line heats up quick, you'll get water hammer," he said. "Pipe jumps. Sounds like someone hitting the wall. You hear that mostly when somebody upstairs is doing laundry or taking a shower, though. You say this happens late." "Usually after midnight," I said. "Sometimes around 3. He grunted. "Could still be someone's shower. People work weird hours." "You on nights?" "Yeah," I said. "That'll mess with your sense of time," he added almost kindly. "I used to do hotel maintenance. You start thinking everything's happening at 3 a.m. just because that's when you notice it." He checked the hot water heater closet, ran the bathroom faucet for a minute, stood very still, like he was waiting for the unit to announce its secrets. It did not. The apartment behaved like a model tenant. No knocks, no pops, nothing. After half an hour of tapping and listening, he shrugged. "I'm not seeing anything obvious," he said. "No cracks, no bowing, no leaks. I can put in a note to have the plumbing inspector check the stack next time he's here, but my guess you're hearing settling and pipes. That and these walls are thin as paper. Neighbors slam a cabinet, you'll hear it as a knock 3 units away." He gave me a sympathetic look, the way you might look at someone complaining about the sound of their own heartbeat in their ears. "Best thing you can do is get a fan going at night," he said. "White noise. Drowns it out. Old buildings creak, man. That's just life." It was not nothing. It was not the exorcism I pretended not to want either. It was a layer of plausible deniability, a permission slip from an authority figure to call it normal. After he left, I stood in the quiet kitchen and tried the words out loud. "Old buildings creak," I said to the empty room. "Temperature changes." The apartment did not answer. It just hummed. A couple of days later, I got a chance to almost believe him. It was a Saturday afternoon. I was off. The light coming in through the blinds was that lazy golden kind that makes dust look romantic instead of like a failure of housekeeping. Lily was stretched out on the couch, one leg slung over the armrest, the other bent heel on the floor. She had her phone a few inches from her face, earbuds, and scrolling with a glazed content look that only endless feeds can produce. A half-empty bag of chips lay open on her stomach. I was in the armchair, phone pressed to my ear, talking to my sister. "I'm not saying move back," she was saying, the line crackling. "I'm just saying if you're not sleeping, that's bad. For you, for her." Maybe you need melatonin or something. Or an actual therapist, imagine that. I'm fine, I said, because that is our script. We're fine. It's just work. And the building is noisy. Old pipes. It's being looked at. As if on cue, 3 soft knocks sounded from somewhere near the far wall under the window. Tock, tock, tock. It was broad daylight. The sound was small, almost polite. My heart still gave that rabbit kick. I turned my head in its direction automatically. Out of the corner of my eye, something else moved. Lily's foot, her heel specifically, the one planted on the floor. It jerked just a little in perfect time with the last knock-talk, bumping the carpet and the thin plywood under it. A second later, her calf muscle did a small, involuntary twitch, like a wave passing under her skin. Her eyes never left her phone. If she felt it, she didn't show it. Her toes flexed once and relaxed. "You still there?" my sister asked. "Did the ghost get you?" "Yeah," I said, but I wasn't answering her. I was watching Lily's leg, heel on the floor, twitch, tiny percussive bump. The rhythm hummed in my head, familiar. It matched a dozen little spikes I'd seen on the Decibel app. It matched the way the audio from her room had sounded when she rolled over and something hit the bed frame. For just a second, everything lined up. The recordings, the doctor saying muscle twitching. The exhale I'd heard after that one thud. For a single uncomfortable heartbeat, I saw the simplest possible version of the story. My kid's body is doing things at night she can't control. Those things are hitting wood and walls and floors. The knocks are not coming for her. They're coming from her. The thought landed like a stone in my stomach. Because if that was true, it wasn't a story about a dead shoe worker trying to get attention. It was a story about something wrong inside the person I'm supposed to keep safe. Pipes and ghosts are one kind of terrifying. Brains and blood and misfiring nerves are another. "You still there?" my sister repeated louder. I blinked, swallowed, and kicked the stone away. "Yeah," I said. "Sorry." Lily's, stomping her foot. "We've been telling ghost stories. She's messing with me. It was a lie, but an easy one. Easier than the alternative." Lily's heel twitched again, softer this time, barely brushing the floor. Her thumb kept scrolling. "Tell her to knock it off," my sister said. Literally, I laughed. It sounded almost normal. "She's just nervous," I said, watching my daughter's leg like it might detach and walk away. Ghost talk. You know how teens are. Too much internet. And just like that, I filed the moment away under kid being fidgety, not under possible medical clue staring you in the face. I decided the real horror was still outside us, in the walls, in the history of the building, in the stories on Facebook, not inside her muscles or brain. I chose the haunting over the hospital. It felt like picking the lesser of two evils. That night, the knocks came back harder, like they were offended. It started around midnight, right after Lily went upstairs. I was alone in the living room, TV on low, some rerun I wasn't really watching. The apartment slid into that mechanical lull fridge, quiet vents between cycles. From the wall behind the couch, 3 heavy knocks hammered out so loud, the frame of the picture above the sofa rattled. Knock, knock, knock. There was nothing gentle or ambiguous about it. The drywall thunked under the force. I felt it in my teeth. 20 minutes later, as I walked down the hallway to check that Lily's door was locked, 2 more slammed from the bathroom wall right at shoulder height. Knock, knock. No pipes were running, no shower, just empty tile and that blunt, hollow sound. By 2 in the morning, I had 5 new entries in my notebook. 12:02 a.m., 3 behind couch, hard. 12:23 a.m., 2 at bathroom wall, no water running. 1:11 a.m., 1 in hallway near Lily's door. 1:48 a.m., 4 near ceiling in living room, uneven. 2:09 a.m., 3 under table strong enough to shake spoons. When I went to write the 6th entry, another set of knocks from somewhere near the stairs, I hesitated for a second, with the pen above the page. I had a full sentence forming in my head. It seems to be where Lily is, downstairs, upstairs, near her door, under the table when she's there, on the ceiling when she's on the couch. The pattern was not subtle if I let myself look straight at it. Instead, I wrote, "It's getting smarter." Then I closed the notebook and slid it back into the drawer like that would close the question too. Looking back, that was the night I stopped trying to prove anything to myself and started defending the version of the story I was most afraid of losing. 5:01 Sunday, soup and heavy feet. The day it finally stopped being a ghost started out aggressively normal. It was one of those gray Ohio Sundays where the sky looks like a dirty ceiling tile. No school for Lily, no shift for me. The world outside the blinds felt muted. Cars moved slower, the freeway hum quieter. Even the laundromat's usual churn seemed turned down. I woke up on the couch around 10 to the sound of nothing urgent. No sirens, no knocks, just the low whisper of the heater pushing warm air through the vents and the faint commentary of a pre-game football show from the TV I'd forgotten to turn off the night before. The guys in suits were arguing silently, volume on low, captions rolling about something I didn't care about. The apartment actually felt safe for once. Not because anything had changed, but because my brain was too tired to go looking for trouble yet. Lily came down around 11, wrapped in her oversized Ohio State hoodie and a pair of gray sweatpants, hair scraped into a messy bun that looked like it was held together entirely by willpower and a single overworked hair tie. She shuffled more than walked, dragging her feet a little, eyes half closed. "Morning," I said. "It's not morning," she muttered, rubbing her eyes. "It's brunch o'clock." "Brunch o'clock, people don't eat what we're about to eat," I said. "They eat tiny avocado nonsense. You're getting soup and grilled cheese like a real person." She made a vague, appreciative sound and dropped into one of the kitchen chairs with the boneless grace of a teenager. The chair creaked under the sudden weight. She pulled her knees up to her chest, then thought better of it and stretched her legs out, feet on the cold tile toes curling. The kitchen felt small but cozy. The gray light coming in through the window above the sink turned the condensation on the glass into a soft blur, like someone had smeared the outside world with a thumb. The heater kicked on with a familiar click in the hallway closet, followed a second later by a steady, gentle rush of warm air from the vent near the table. On the stove, a cheap pot of canned tomato soup burbled the surface, wobbling slightly with each pop of heat. The smell filled the room, acidic, comforting, a little metallic. Beside it, in my one decent nonstick pan, 2 grilled cheese sandwiches sizzled quietly in butter. Every now and then, one would hiss as a bit of cheese tried to escape and hit the hot surface. It was such a normal soundtrack that for a little while it almost drowned out the other one I'd gotten used to. The fridge added its usual low hum. The football game, still on mute in the living room, flashed color and movement without demanding sound. A neighbor's door shut somewhere down the hall with a soft thump. Nothing about any of it felt wrong. "You want water or juice?" I asked, grabbing 2 mismatched glasses from the cabinet. "Water's fine," she said. Her voice had that fuzzy edge, like it hadn't fully logged in yet. I ladled soup into bowls, watched the steam curl up and disappear into the kitchen air. The bowls were chipped white ceramic we'd bought on sale when we moved in, hairline cracks running through the glaze like faint spider webs. I set one in front of her, one in front of me, then cut the grilled cheeses diagonally because that's the only correct way to do it. We settled in across from each other. For a blissful minute or two, the only sound was the clink of spoons, the occasional crackle of bread crust giving way to melted cheese, and the soft scrape of chair legs when one of us shifted. She ate slowly, staring at a point somewhere over my shoulder, lost in her own head. There were dark half-moons under her eyes that hadn't been there a few months ago. Her hair, even shoved up and out of the way, looked a little duller. Every now and then, her hand would tremble slightly as she lifted the spoon just enough for the soup to ripple before she steadied it. "You feeling any better today?" I asked, trying to make it sound casual. "I'm vertical," she said. "That's something." Her leg under the table moved restlessly for a second, then stilled. We lapsed into silence again, the kind that's comfortable on good days and thick on bad ones. That's when it happened. 3 knocks from directly under the table. Tock, tock, tock. They were close enough that I felt them through my feet. First, a tiny vibration in the tile. The bowls on the table gave the slightest tremble, soup surfaces shivering for a fraction of a second. My spoon hit ceramic with a sharp, unplanned clink because my hand jumped. For once, there was no mistaking where they came from. Not the walls, not the ceiling, not the door. Under us, almost under my chair, every muscle in my body flinched toward fight or flight and then froze halfway. Lily's eyes snapped up to meet mine as if the sound had hit her in the chest too. We stared at each other across the cheap, slightly sticky tabletop. No jokes this time. No factory ghost wants soup comment. The air had shifted just enough to pull the humor out of the room entirely. The heater kept blowing. The fridge hummed. Somewhere on mute, a crowd in a stadium waved their arms like they were reacting to something important. The world went on. Under the table, 3 more knocks came. Slower this time. Tock, tock, tock. Pause. Then 2. Tock, tock. The pattern hung in the air between us. 3 pause, 2 pause. Simple, almost like a child counting. Or like somebody trying to send the easiest code they could think of. 3 knocks, 2 knocks, 3 knocks, 2. Every time I felt it through my chair legs and my heels on the floor as much as I heard it. Lily's fingers tightened around her spoon. She did not look down, which made the whole thing worse somehow. She kept her eyes locked on mine as if she was afraid that if either of us broke eye contact, something would crawl out of the space between our feet. "Dad," she said quietly, after another round of 3 and 2. "That's literally right under us." "I know," I said. My voice sounded wrong in my own ears, like someone else's. I wanted it to be the pipes. I wanted to look over and see the cabinet door rattling or the baseboard shifting, anything I could point to and say, "There, see, that's the cause." But there was no visible movement beyond the trembling bowls. The cabinet doors hung still. The radiator by the window clicked once as it adjusted, but that sound was higher up, thinner, separate from the low, hollow thuds under the table. The knocking continued steady as a metronome. 3. Pause. 2. Pause. I became hyper-aware of every inch of space in that kitchen. The way the light from the window fell across the floor, highlighting crumbs by the table legs. The exact position of my feet on the tiles. The scuffed area where Lily usually sat, where her chair had worn faint grooves into the floor over time. The apartment felt like it was shrinking by inches. The walls pushing in so that the table, the 2 of us, and the space under our feet were all that existed. The rest of the world, the gray sky, the parking lot, the blaring commercials on someone else's TV dropped away. I realized my hands were flat on the table, fingers spread like I was bracing for impact. "It's not the neighbors," I heard myself say more to fill the air than anything. Concrete below us. Garage. No one under that. "I know," she whispered. The spoon in her hand tapped lightly against the side of her bowl, out of sync with the knocks. Little high, bright tings laid over the low, hollow thuds. It made the whole moment feel like someone had layered two soundtracks on top of each other, a normal lunch, and something trying very hard to not be normal. I thought about the maintenance guy saying old buildings creak, about Tom tapping walls and hearing nothing. I thought about the digitized audio of trapped workers in a burning factory banging on pipes. I thought about my notebook, thick with entries about knocks near the table, under the couch, always somehow in orbit around where Lily was. 3 knocks, 2 knocks, 3 knocks, 2. There was a thickness in my chest that had nothing to do with ghosts. I could feel a thought circling just outside of focus, like something pacing the edge of a flashlight beam. Something about Lily's feet, the way she moved them when she was tired, the decibel spikes on the app. But that realization hadn't stepped into the light yet. Not fully. Not in a way I was ready to let it. All I knew in that moment was that whatever we were dealing with had stopped being something that lived in the walls and started being something that could reach almost physically into the small, quiet places in our day, into a simple bowl of soup on a Sunday, into the soft clink of a spoon. The sound came again, steady, patient. 3. Pause. 2. It felt less like someone trying to scare us and more like someone who refused to be ignored. 5.2. About the pattern and the heel, and the next part happened because I got tired of feeling like prey in my own kitchen. The knocks kept coming, 3 under us, pause, then 2. The bowls trembled a little each time, soup leaving faint orange rings on the white ceramic. My chair vibrated through the legs. I could feel it up my spine. After about the 3rd cycle of 3 and 2, something in me snapped over from fear to grim curiosity. Okay, I said more to myself than to Lily. Okay, let's see. I shifted my weight and slowly pushed my chair back a few inches, the legs scraping over the laminate with a low squeak. The sound felt too loud in the tight little bubble of the kitchen. I moved deliberately, like I was trying not to startle an animal. The moment my chair legs left their original spots, the next set of knocks landed different. I still felt them, but weaker. Instead of coming straight up through my heels and shins, they arrived sideways, more through the table legs than my chair. The sound itself skewed too less, like it was under me, more like it was slightly off to the right, closer to where Lily sat. 3 knocks. Pause. 2. The pattern didn't stop. It shifted. I frowned and pushed back another inch or 2, keeping my eyes on the empty stretch under the table that I could see from my angle. My brain went into that dumb, half-scientific mode, triangulate, isolate, make it less magic by making it geometry. The kitchen window above the sink faces east. By late morning, the winter sun had climbed just high enough to send a flat, pale rectangle of light across the floor. It slid in at a shallow angle just under the lip of the table, cutting a narrow beam through the dimness underneath. Most days, that light just highlighted crumbs and the occasional dust bunny. Today, it did me one cruel favor. In that narrow band of sunlight where it grazed the underside of the table and spilled onto the laminate, I saw a shadow move. Not a big dramatic shadow, a small one. The blunt shape of a heel inside a sock, lifting and dropping in a steady rhythm. Up, down, up, down. Every time it hit, I felt the knock. Once I saw it, I couldn't unhear it, the dull, hollow thud of her heel slamming the laminate, the vibrations traveling through the thin boards, into the table legs, into the bowls, and my bones. It was the same quality of sound I had been chasing around the apartment at night, only stripped of walls and darkness and history, just a foot in a sock hitting the floor. Lily's foot. I slid my chair back further, not caring about the noise, now craning down to get a clearer look. The sunlight caught the fabric of her sock, turning the white thread almost blue in places. The heel was slightly gray from overwashing, a little worn at the back. Her ankle bone cast a small, sharp shadow on the floor every time her foot lifted. Up, down, up, down. Each downward slam matched the knocking exactly. 3 hits, a pause, then 2. The pattern we'd been hearing for days. If you've ever had a moment where the entire shape of your reality tilts 15 degrees in a second, you'll understand what this felt like. My stomach dropped, and my scalp prickled at the same time. It was like someone had reached into my head and flipped the polarity on the fear. Because for a breath or two, my brain tried desperately to keep both stories alive. Maybe the ghost is using her. Maybe it's making her do it. Maybe this is still from outside. The simpler thought snuck in under that like a knife. "Do you feel your foot doing that?" I heard myself ask. My voice sounded off, too calm, like I was acting in a safety video. Lily blinked, pulled out one earbud so she could hear me better. The knocks kept landing, heel hitting floor, subtle shiver through the table. Doing what she said. I nodded toward the space under the table. "Your foot." She frowned and finally looked down. For a second, it was like watching someone see evidence against themselves in real time. Her heel was going fast enough that it blurred a little in the strip of light. Not a tap, not a fidgety bounce. A full, hard lift and slam, the kind of force that made tiny echoes pop in the thin floorboards. Up, down, 3 times. Pause. 2. Her eyes widened. What the she started, then broke off. "Whoa, can you stop it?" I asked. My throat felt dry. "Try to stop." She shifted her hips like she was hitting a brake pedal. Her face scrunched up in concentration. For a second, the heel slowed. The rhythm stuttered. Then, as if some invisible string had tugged it, her foot jerked and hit the floor again. Once. Twice. The sound was softer now, but still wrong for how still the rest of her body was. "I am stopping," she said, a note of fear creeping into her voice. I didn't even know I was doing that." She pressed both hands flat onto her thighs, fingers digging in. The leg muscles under her sweatpants twitched against her palm, little rolling jumps under the fabric. Her heel kept finding the floor. Slower, yes. Like a tremor wearing itself out. But still there. I pushed my chair all the way back until it bumped into the wall. The table rattled slightly, spoon clinking in my bowl. For once, I didn't care if I made noise. I stood up and came around to her side, dropping to one knee on the tile. Up close, the sunlight hit the fine hairs on her ankle, making them glow. I could see the small, involuntary pulses racing under her skin, the calf muscle firing in quick, uneven bursts that had nothing to do with her choosing to move. "Hold still," I said more gently than I felt. I put my hand on her knee. The contact startled both of us. Her eyes flicked to mine, searching for something I didn't have yet. Under my palm, her leg felt both solid and wildly out of control. The muscles jumped in erratic patterns, little pops that reminded me of the way the audio waveform had spiked on my phone. It was like holding on to something that had tiny earthquakes running through it. "You feel that?" I asked. She swallowed. "Yeah," she said. "It's like buzzing, or like when your eye twitches, but in my leg." I thought it was just from sitting weird. The heel slammed again, less force now, but still decisive. Talk. The table gave a barely audible creak. The sound was so ordinary up close, a socked foot hitting cheap laminate, but it carried all the weight of every disembodied knock we'd heard in the dark. The realization didn't come in one clean flash. It arrived in pieces like the sounds that had brought us here. The pediatrician saying post-viral fatigue and muscle twitching. The decibel spikes on the app always preceded by the rustle of sheets. The audio recording of that soft thud and exhale. Her heel twitching while I pretended it was just nerves. And now this, my daughter's body broadcasting a signal we'd been picking up as haunting. The ghost story I'd been building in my head, factory worker, trapped men, echoes through time, didn't disappear. It just got shoved aside by something uglier and more immediate. It wasn't just the horror that there might be something neurologically wrong with her. It was the shame that hit alongside it. Because I realized in that cramped strip of sunlight under the kitchen table that I had been more willing to picture a dead man pounding on our walls than to truly look at the live, twitching kid right in front of me. I had spent hours replaying audio chasing patterns through plaster, listening to old fire tapes, writing, "It's getting smarter" in a notebook. And I hadn't really listened to what her body was saying. "Dad," she said, voice small. "Is that bad?" I realized my hand had tightened on her knee. I forced my grip to soften. "I don't know yet," I said honestly. "But it's real. It's not just your imagination." Her eyes grew shinier the way they do when she's trying not to cry, and will absolutely murder you if you point it out. She looked back down at her foot, like it belonged to someone else. "It's so weird," she whispered. "I can feel it now that I'm looking at it. But before, it was just noise. Noise." The word hit me harder than the knocks ever had. I'd been treating all of it, her complaints, her fatigue, the twitching, as background sound to my own haunted apartment narrative. Something you turn a fan on to drown out. Now that I was kneeling on the grimy kitchen floor with my hand on her shaking leg, it was impossible to hear it as anything but the main event. Another gentler slam of her heel. "Talk." I felt the impact travel up through my knees, this time through my fingertips, on her skin, through the table leg, through the bowl, still cooling on the laminate. The same signal traveling all the same paths, only now I could see the source. I would love to tell you that in that exact moment, I became the perfect, rational parent, that I immediately called a neurologist, that I dropped the ghost story entirely and focused only on her. That's not what happened. What happened is that both realities sat side by side in my head, like two channels playing at the same time, the burned factory and the twitching calf, the dead and the living. The external horror I'd already made peace with being afraid of, and the internal one I had no idea how to face. I squeezed her knee once more to steady myself than her. "We're calling the doctor back," I said. "Today." She nodded, biting the inside of her cheek. Her heel finally slowed, then stopped as if someone had slid a dimmer all the way down. The silence under the table felt heavier than any knock. In the notebook later, I didn't write "factory ghost caught" or "it was her all along." I didn't even write "heel." What I wrote on a new page with a hand that wouldn't quite stop shaking was this Sunday knocks under table. Saw her foot. It's not the walls. It should have made me feel better having something to point to that existed inside the bounds of medicine instead of folklore. It didn't. If anything, the apartment felt more haunted than ever, because now I knew the thing making noise in it could follow us anywhere we went. 5-3 calls, tests, and a different kind of haunting. The phone call to the doctor felt less brave than it did overdue. After I saw Lily's heel hammering the floor, after I felt those little earthquakes rolling through her leg under my hand, there was no story left big enough to hide behind. I waited until she went upstairs for a shower, stared at the pediatrician's number on my screen for a full minute, and then hit call before I could talk myself out of it. The receptionist recognized my name. "Hi, Mr. Rivera," she said, cheerful keyboard clacking in the background. "Calling about Lily's labs. We're still..." "No," I cut in. "I mean, yes, but I need to talk to her doctor. Today. It's about her movements, her legs. Something's wrong. The word wrong tasted like metal. There was a pause, then the sound of her putting me on hold, the little click, the canned piano loop, distant voices. The apartment hummed around me, fridge heater, the faint rush of a car outside. Under all of it, I could still feel the echo of those knocks in my knees. When the doctor came on, my voice surprised me. It was steadier than I felt. "I know we came in a few weeks ago," I said. "You said maybe fatigue, anemia, but she's twitching. Her legs, arms sometimes. She zones out, she drops things. Today I saw her heel slamming the floor and she didn't even know she was doing it." The doctor's tone changed. Less warm, more focused. "How long has that been going on?" she asked. I thought about telling the truth since the first night the walls knocked, since before I admitted any of this was real. Out loud I said, "A while. It's gotten worse. I'm going to put in an urgent referral," she said. "Pediatric neurology at Riverside. If they can't see you within a week, take her to the ER. If she has any trouble speaking, walking, or seems confused, you skip the referral and go straight there." "Do you understand?" I said yes. I didn't tell her that my daughter had been walking around with a battlefield in her nervous system while I went ghost hunting in our drywall. Riverside's pediatric neurology clinic was in a different world than our townhouse, but it had its own kind of haunted feeling. We went 2 days later. The hospital sat off a main road, all reflective glass and beige brick, the kind of place you drive past 100 times without wanting to know what happens inside. The parking garage was a multi-level concrete cave that made our building's garage look cozy. We parked on level 3. The elevator up from there smelled like antiseptic and old coffee. A woman in scrubs stood next to us, badge clipped to her neckline, scrolling her phone. Somewhere above us, a disembodied voice over the PA system said, "Code something, unit something." It washed over me like static. The neurology floor had that strange, kid-friendly overlay people put on serious places, murals of cartoon animals on the walls, bright plastic chairs in primary colors, a fish tank burbling in the corner, with 3 exhausted-looking goldfish making slow circuits. The air smelled like disinfectant and warmed plastic. Every sound felt amplified. The squeak of rubber soles on waxed linoleum. The creak of the waiting room chairs when someone shifted their weight. A child down the hall started crying in that high, panicked way only toddlers can. Somewhere behind closed doors, an MRI machine thumped in a steady mechanical rhythm, like a giant metal heart beating behind the walls. Lily sat beside me, drowning in an oversized hospital gown that gaped at the neck and tied badly in the back. Her regular clothes were folded in a plastic bag at her feet. The paper bracelet around her wrist looked too white against her skin. She kept picking at the edge of it, thumb rubbing the cheap plastic over and over, making a soft, repetitive shk sound. Her leg bounced, but slower now, maybe from nerves, maybe from exhaustion. "You okay?" I asked. "Yeah," she lied. "This place smells like trees and death." "Trees," I said. "Like pine cleaner," she said. "And I don't know. Just hospital." A nurse called her name. We went back through a maze of hallways, overhead lights buzzing the floor, so polished it reflected our shoes. Every door we passed had a different combination of beeps and hums, leaking out monitors, machines, someone's TV. In the exam room, the neurologist introduced herself with a firm handshake and a calm smile. She wore a white coat over blue scrubs. Hair pulled back, stethoscope looped casually around her neck, like it had lived there forever. So she said after the nurse took Lily's vitals and left, "Tell me about what's been going on." Lily glanced at me, then back at the doctor. "My dad says I kicked the house," she said. "I don't mean to." She tried to say it as a joke, but her voice wobbled on the last word. We went through the whole story edited for medical ears. The strep throat a couple months back, the fatigue, the clumsiness, the zoning out, the leg that wouldn't stop moving. I didn't say haunting or factory or ghost, but when I described the heel slamming the floor, the doctor's eyes sharpened. Any trouble with handwriting? She asked. Dropping utensils, mood swings, crying more easily. Lily shrugged, embarrassed. I drop stuff, she said. My hands feel shaky sometimes, and I cry at TikToks, but who doesn't? The doctor had her do a series of tests. Touch your finger to your nose, then to my finger. Hold your arms out and close your eyes. Walk down the hall, heel to toe, like a drunk driving test. Her words were calm, but the way she watched every movement was not. At one point, she asked Lily to stick out her tongue and hold it steady. It wobbled just a little side to side. That's fine, the doctor said. You can relax. She turned to me. You said she had strep, she asked. Yeah, I said. Bad. Fever, sore throat. She was on antibiotics. The doctor nodded slowly, like that piece slid into a place she'd already cleared. What I'm concerned about, she said, is a post-infectious movement disorder. Sometimes after strep or other infections, the immune system gets confused. Antibodies that were supposed to attack the bacteria instead start targeting parts of the brain that control movement and emotion. She used terms I'd never heard before, stringing them together in a language that sounded like a spell: basal ganglia, synonyms chorea, autoimmune, something about childhood. She mentioned a cluster of conditions where kids develop rapid, jerky movements, tics, emotional swings almost overnight after a simple infection. As she talked, she listed symptoms, and my brain started checking them off like a grocery list I'd been pretending not to see. Uncoordinated dance-like movements in limbs, sudden jerks or kicks she can't control, trouble focusing, irritability, mood changes, fatigue, clumsiness, dropping things, zoning out. It can look very dramatic, the doctor said, or it can be subtle. Kids might not notice the movements at first. Parents might interpret behavior changes as stress or personality. But it's real. It's the immune system misfiring. Real. I thought about my notebook full of ghosts. We'll need to run some tests, she went on. Blood work to look for markers of recent strep and inflammation. Possibly imaging an MRI to rule out anything else. There are treatments, but the first step is confirming what we're dealing with. Lily pulled the hospital gown tighter around herself, like she could hide her twitching under paper and cotton. Is it? In my head, she asked, then flinched at her own wording. Am I making it up? It is in your head, the doctor said gently. In the sense that it's in your brain. But you're absolutely not making it up. Your brain is part of your body. This is physical. Physical. Something you could point at on a scan, maybe. Something that could sit there quietly while your dad stayed up all night, listening for dead men in the walls. The tests blurred together. Blood draws, the sharp snap of rubber tourniquet, the pop of needle into skin, the faint trickle sound as vials filled. Lily looked away, jaw clenched. The phlebotomist made soft, practiced jokes about bravery stickers. Later, they slid her into an MRI tube. The machine sat in its own room, a white cylinder with a bore that looked too small for anyone to willingly enter. They gave her headphones, told her to lie still, put a light blanket over her legs. From the other side of the glass, I watched as the table eased her inside. The MRI started up, and that sound, if you've never heard it, belongs in any horror movie. A loud, repetitive clanging like someone banging a giant metal drum in a broken rhythm. Thunk, 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 pause, then a high rattling buzz, over and over, a mechanical knocking from inside a magnet. I stood there listening to that hollow, artificial pounding and thought stupidly of the factory recording of men hitting beams with whatever they had at hand. Except this time, the pounding was coming from a machine pointed directly at my kid's brain. By the time we were done, Lily looked washed out, pupils huge from whatever they'd given her to stop her from panicking in the tube. She leaned heavily against me as we walked back to the car, hospital bracelet still around her wrist, socks sliding on the tile. The hallway lights hummed overhead. A cart squeaked by wheels, complaining. The neurologist promised to call with results. She talked about possible treatment paths, medications to calm the immune response, maybe IV fluids, maybe more. Her words stacked up behind the real sentence. Something is attacking your daughter's brain, and it used to be aiming at strep throat. On the drive home, the world outside the windshield looked weirdly too bright. The sky had cleared a little. The gray was thinner. Cars flowed smoothly on the highway. Radio stations played the same dumb songs a guy in the next lane over drank from a fast food cup, like nothing in the universe had shifted. Lily dozed in the passenger seat, sedative pulling her under. Every now and then her fingers twitched in her lap. I found myself watching the rise and fall of her chest at red lights. I thought back to that very first night dozing on the couch, waking at 4:10 to the knocks in the wall. How sure I'd been that the house had chosen me, that the strangeness was about this place, and not the person sleeping upstairs. I wondered how many softer knocks I'd slept through before that. How many tiny heel taps, twitching fingers, little tremors in the mattress I'd written off as tossing and turning. How many quiet cries for help I'd filed under old buildings creak. Back in apartment 412, everything looked the same, but nothing felt like it. I got her upstairs into her own bed shoes, off hoodie draped over a chair. The standing fan in her room hummed on low, white noise, whirring. She was half awake, mumbling something about her phone, before rolling onto her side and slipping under again. Downstairs, I stood in the middle of the living room and listened. The fridge was on, but softer somehow, like it was trying not to intrude. The vents breathed, but the air felt less intrusive. No knocks from the walls, no pops from the ceiling. The building for once seemed content to just be a building. The quiet that settled over the apartment that night was different than the mechanical hush I'd come to dread. It wasn't empty exactly. It was full of all the things I now knew could be wrong without making a sound. I sat on the couch and the muted glow from the TV notebook open on my lap pen hovering above a blank page. For the first time since this started, I didn't write anything down. I just listened to my own heartbeat in my ears and the soft, distant whir of Lily's fan upstairs. People always say they'd rather face a real haunting than some medical mystery. I used to laugh at that in comment sections like it was edgy. That night I understood it in a way I wish I didn't. Ghosts, if you're lucky, stay in one place. They're tied to houses, lots, artifacts. In stories, you can move away from them. Change your address, hand in your keys, leave the bad history behind. An angry immune system does not care about your lease. It rides home with you in the car. 6.1 hospital nights and new sounds. We did not move into the hospital, but for a while it felt like we were borrowing a corner of it. After the MRI and labs, the neurologist called with words that were not quite a verdict, but close enough strong evidence of a post-strep autoimmune thing, inflammation markers up, brain imaging, showing subtle changes consistent with the disorder she had mentioned. It was the kind of language that danced just shy of definitive, but it was enough to start treatment. They put Lily on anti-inflammatory meds, talked about low-dose steroids, something about calming the immune system down, convincing it to stop treating her own brain like a foreign invader. We added a small mountain of orange bottles to the kitchen counter. I learned how to pronounce drug names I'd only ever seen on TV patient assistance ads. At first, the meds seemed to take the edge off. The heel banging under the table turned into smaller, finer tremors in her calves and hands. She still dropped things, still got tired brushing her teeth, but the movements didn't slam quite as hard into the world. Then came the first bad flare. It was a Tuesday. She'd had a rough couple of days, more twitching, more zoning out mid-sentence like her brain had hit a buffering icon. That afternoon, she dropped a glass in the sink, not because it slipped, but because her fingers just let go. It shattered, and she stared at the pieces like someone else had done it. "Dad, I feel like my body's lagging," she said. "Like the Wi-Fi's bad between my brain and my hands." That joke landed a little too close to home. By evening, her legs were jerking almost constantly. Not just little heel taps, full unplanned kicks that made the couch shake. Her handwriting turned to almost illegible scratches when she tried to finish a worksheet. At one point, as we were sitting at the table, she blinked slow and long and then looked around like she'd just come up from underwater. "Hey," I said, snapping my fingers gently. "You with me?" "Yeah," she said, but she sounded unsure. The neurologist's instructions had been clear. If things got dramatically worse, we didn't wait for the next appointment. Riverside's ER knew who we were when we checked in. Within an hour, they had her in a pediatric ward bed for observation. Observation turned into overnight. Overnight turned into, we'll keep her one more day to see how she responds to the IV meds. The pediatric ward at 2 p.m. is loud cartoons blaring from TVs, kids complaining, nurses laughing in the halls. At 2 a.m, it is a different creature entirely. The room they gave us was painted in soft blues and greens, some mural of a cartoon forest half hidden behind equipment. Lily lay in the adjustable bed plastic rails up hospital gown, swallowing her IV line taped to the back of her hand. Her hair was pulled into a low ponytail, stray strands pasted to her forehead with sweat. An IV pump by her bedside made soft, regular beeps as it pushed meds into her vein. Every few minutes, beep, 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 followed by a faint mechanical whir. The heart monitor screen above her head showed green lines marching steadily along a small number in the corner, ticking in time with the quiet pip of each beat. The room smelled like antiseptic wipes, fake lemon, and whatever they clean plastic with. Underneath it all was the faint animal smell of fear, mine mostly. I sat in a vinyl recliner next to her bed, the kind that half folds into something you could pretend was a chair. Every time I shifted, it squeaked the sound, sticking to the fluorescent quiet like gum. A thin hospital blanket covered my legs, never quite warm enough. Out in the hallway, other people's nights unfolded in hushed fragments. Soft voices at the nurse's station, the low rumble of a TV in a waiting area. Overhead, the intercom crackled every now and then, respiratory to pediatrics. Respiratory to pediatrics. The building breathed in expected rhythms. Around 11 p.m., Lily drifted off, aided by something they'd pushed through her IV to help her relax. Her legs still twitched occasionally under the blanket, little jerks that made the sheet jump. I found myself watching the blanket like it was a seismograph. At some point past midnight, my head tipped back against the chair and I dozed. Not sleep exactly. More like my brain slipped into a darker gear while my ears kept doing their job. I drifted in and out of strange, half-formed dreams, factory walls, hospital walls, knocks, echoing down long corridors that kept changing. Every time the IV pump beeped, it folded itself into whatever my brain was doing and became part of the scene. Then, sometime around 2:30 a.m., a different sound floated in that did not belong to any machine. Thump. Pause. Thump. Thump. It came from somewhere down the hallway, muffled but distinct enough that my half-asleep brain latched onto it like a hook. Thump, 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 pause. My eyes snapped open. The room snapped back the glow of the monitor, the IV pump, Lily's steady breathing. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The knocking sound had yanked me straight back to our townhouse like a bungee cord. I held my breath and listened. There it was again, clearer this time now that I was fully awake. Thump, thump, thump. Not a fist on drywall, not metal on metal. It sounded more padded, a duller impact like something soft hitting something hard in a loose rhythm. If the knocks at home had been knuckles on hollow walls, these were more like heels against a bed frame. For a moment, my body reacted before my logic could catch up. My stomach dropped, heart kicking up a notch, palms going sweaty. Here too, it followed us here. Then the rational part of my brain, the one the neurologist had been trying to coax back to life, spoke up. "You're in a pediatric neurology ward," it said. "What do you think that sound is?" Still, I had to see. I eased out of the recliner, trying not to wake Lily. The IV pump beeped once, as if complaining about the movement, then settled. I opened the door just enough to slip into the hallway. The corridor was lit, but softer than during the day. The overhead fluorescence dimmed to a kind of perpetual twilight. The waxed linoleum reflected the light in long, pale streaks. A nurse pushed a rolling cart past the nurse's station, at the far end, wheels squeaking rhythmically. Somewhere a phone rang once and stopped. The thump-thump came again, a little louder outside the room than inside. It seemed to be coming from 3 or 4 doors down on the same side of the hall. Thump, thump, thump. Pause. Thump. I took a few slow steps that way, hospital socks whispering on the floor. As I approached, the sound separated itself from the general hospital noise. It was definitely a foot or 2 feet hitting something solid in an irregular pattern. Not a tantrum, not a kid banging intentionally out of boredom. It had that same uneven, compelled quality I'd heard and seen in our kitchen, like the body doing it was being dragged along by impulses from somewhere else. Someone had left the door to that room cracked. From my angle in the hall, I could see just enough. A small bed rails up, a nightlight plugged into the wall, casting everything in a weak blue glow. A tangle of blankets, a shape under them, legs moving. Every few seconds, 2 socked feet shot out and hit the end of the bed. Thump, thump, thump. The mattress bounced springs, complaining softly. Then the legs dropped, only to do it again. Just outside the doorway, an adult sat in a plastic chair, head in their hands. He was maybe my age, maybe older. It's hard to tell in hospital light. Gray at the temples, 5 o'clock. Shadow grown into something scruffier. He wore jeans and an old hoodie with a local high school logo. His elbows rested on his knees, hands clasped so tightly his knuckles were pale. He wasn't looking at the bed. He was looking at the floor in front of him, jaw clenched, tight shoulders hunched in that posture, reserved for people trying very hard not to shatter. Another thump-thump from the bed. His shoulders flinched almost imperceptibly with each hit. He must have felt me there, a shape in his peripheral vision. He turned his head just a little, and our eyes met through the gap in the door. For half a second, nobody said anything. We were just 2 strangers in ugly chairs in a hallway that smells like bleach, listening to children's bodies knock against furniture in ways they couldn't control. He gave me a tight, tired half nod. Not friendly, not unfriendly. Just, "I see you. I know this sound. I know what it can do to your brain." I nodded back. My mouth opened like I might say something rough night, or my kid too, some useless small talk, to patch over the hole in both of us, but nothing came out. What would I even say? "Hey man, I used to think that noise was a ghost, not my kid's immune system chewing on her nervous system." Behind him, the feet hit the bed frame again. Thump, thump, thump. The sound rippled down the hall, bounced off the polished floor, slid under doors. I could imagine other parents in other rooms lying in recliners or on pull-out chairs, listening to monitors and pumps and those same dull impacts, wondering what part of their child was being rearranged from the inside. I retreated a step, then another, and went back to our room. Inside, Lily was still asleep, face turned to one side, hair fanned over the thin pillow. The heart monitor ticked and beeped. The IV pump whirred and clicked. Her leg twitched once under the blanket, a smaller movement than the kicks I'd just heard, but part of the same vocabulary. I sat back in the recliner, pulled the hospital blanket up over my lap, and stared at the muted TV mounted high in the corner. Some animated movie was playing with the sound off bright characters moving their mouths in exaggerated ways to lines I couldn't hear. Out in the hall, the faint thump-thump continued at intervals. It struck me not for the first time that this ward, these hallways, these families, is where the real ghost stories of a town live. The patterns that repeat quietly, generation after generation, without ever getting turned into a viral post. People online were still debating whether the knocking in our old building was a factory worker or bad plumbing. Meanwhile, down the hall from me, a kid's nervous system was banging on the inside of their own life, and their parent was sitting outside the door wearing the same expression I had started practicing at home. I closed my eyes and listened. Knocks in 412 had felt like something trying to get in. Knocks here felt like something trying to get out. 6.2 ghosts in the comment section. We didn't get a miracle cure. That is not how this kind of story goes. But over the next few weeks, with the meds and the follow-ups and the endless reminders to drink water and eat something with actual nutrients in it, Lily started to improve in little stubborn ways. The heel slams became taps. The taps became occasional twitches. Her handwriting, while still messier than before, stopped looking like someone had written during an earthquake. She could stand at the sink and brush her teeth without bracing herself on the counter. She still got tired walking from the parking lot to the front door, but she didn't look like she was about to fall through the floor anymore. At night, I listened less for knocks and more for the quiet between them. There were still movements, jerks in her legs when she turned over in bed, little jolts in her hands when she reached for her phone, but they were smaller. Less like violence, more like static. If the apartment was haunted, it felt for once like the thing haunting it was retreating. Online, though, the haunting had never been healthier. It turned out that while we were making hospital bracelets part of our wardrobe, the story of Factory Ghost in 412 had kept evolving without our permission. One night after Lily had gone to bed early, I sat on the couch with a blanket, half watching some forgettable show on Netflix, half scrolling on my phone, a bad habit that somehow felt safer now that I knew the knocks had human roots. I made the mistake of opening the local Facebook group. Somewhere near the top, the old post about weird knocking near the old shoe factory lot had been resurrected by a fresh comment, dragging it back into everyone's feed. Now it had triple the likes and twice the drama. Lily's friend had added to the story. This time, instead of a vague, "my friend's apartment is haunted," she'd posted a short clip she'd taken during that FaceTime call weeks ago, the one where she'd heard the first knocks through her phone. It was mostly grainy video of Lily's bedroom ceiling, her own voice laughing, and in the background, faint but real, you could hear 3 hollow knocks. Over that, she'd put text in white letters, "POV, you're on FaceTime," and her dead co-worker from the 80s wants to join the caption. Under the video read, "My friend lives in the townhouses where the shoe factory used to be." At 3 a.m., we heard this. Door was locked. No one in the hallway. Tell me that's not the trapped workers. The comments were a mess. Bro, that's 100% a haunting. Listen with headphones, you can hear a voice after the knocks. Those men died, so their ghosts have rights. They're banging on OSHA's door from the other side. My aunt worked that fire, she still has nightmares this tracks. Could also just be pipes, but like, where's the fun in that? Someone had even reposted a clip of the old news documentary ripped from YouTube and overlaid dramatic text, "They knocked for hours." No one came. Slow motion flames zoom on the factory facade, impact sound effects added to make the original faint banging louder. All of it hurt to look at for reasons that had nothing to do with ghosts. I watched the video of my kids sealing 3 times. I could tell from the angle that Lily had no idea she was being filmed. She wasn't in frame, just the corner of her poster, a sliver of LED lights. The knocking in the background sounded bigger in that context than it had in my headphones. Familiar, yes, but now all I could think was that is her leg. That is her brain misfiring. That is her immune system hitting the walls from the inside. My thumb hovered over the comment box longer than I want to admit. Finally, I typed, "Hey, I'm her dad. Just so you all know, we found out the knocking was coming from a neurological movement disorder she got after strep. Her muscles jerk in her sleep and bang into the bed and walls. Please don't turn this into a ghost story and forget there's a sick kid in it." I stared at those words for a while, then hit post before I could chicken out. For a little bit, there was nothing. The thread moved on without me people arguing about whether the factory fire was an insurance scam or negligence. I scrolled, refreshed, scrolled. Eventually, a notification popped up. One reply, "Sure, John," then another. They always say, "It's just the house," until something pulls you out of bed, LMAO. Someone else commented under my post, "No hate, dude. But this sounds like exactly what the landlord would tell you. Strep ghosts." My comment slowly sank, buried under newer, shinier ones. The algorithm understood the assignment ghost content performs. Autoimmune content bores. People reacted with cry-laughing emojis to the strep ghosts line. Someone made a meme using a screenshot from Ghostbusters with the caption, "Me getting diagnosed with old plumbing after hearing knocks at 3 a.m. Nobody asked if Lily was okay. I closed the app harder than necessary, thumb jabbing the little X like it could puncture the whole conversation. On Instagram, things weren't better. Lily showed me half embarrassed, half amused that someone had taken her friend's clip and reposted it as a reel complete with spooky TikTok audio slowed down piano crackly whisper overlay. The caption read, "Real audio from haunted unit over the old Columbus factory grounds. They say you can still hear the workers who never got out. Real ghost, neonchus evidence, Columbus, Ohio haunted." The comments were full of strangers who knew nothing about the complex or the fire, or her lab results, all offering confident theories about residual energy and spirits stuck in the knock phase. "Should I tell them?" Lily asked, sitting at the table in her hoodie, a half-eaten bowl of cereal going soggy in front of her. Her leg bounced lightly, controlled now, but still there. "Tell them what I asked. That it's just my stupid leg," she said. The word stupid landed heavy. That it's just my brain glitching. "It's not stupid," I said. "And it's not just." She shrugged, eyes glued to the screen. "Feels more polite to blame a ghost than my own nervous system," she muttered. That night, as if on cue, a new message slid into her DMs. The username was something like Central Ohio Spirits, with a logo that looked suspiciously like a stock EMF meter and a clip art ghost. "Hey, we saw your friend's post about your apartment. Our team investigates active locations in the area with respect for the dead totally free. We'd love to bring our equipment, maybe do an all-night session in 412. Could be an episode on our channel. Let us know if you're open to being part of this important documentation. They added helpfully, we also sometimes do revenue share if vids perform well. For a second, and I hate admitting this, I actually pictured it. Strangers in black t-shirts stomping through our tired townhouse with cameras, and EMF readers narrating in hushed voices about intelligent knocks and residual trauma from the 1983 fire. Our chipped table under their ring lights, our ceiling in their thumbnails. Haunted apartment over death factory, we captured it. Maybe the landlord would give us a break on rent if their building went locally viral. Maybe viewers would flood the comments with sympathy and send money. Maybe I could sit in an interview chair, tell the story in a way that made sense to people who only understand suffering when it's wrapped in ghost graphics and minor key piano. I imagined saying we heard the knocking right under our feet and leaving out the part where the ghost was 15 and could not stop her own leg. The fantasy lasted maybe 5 seconds. Then the nausea hit. Because underneath the small practical temptation, money, attention, some kind of cosmic explanation, was the uglier truth. Letting them in would mean turning Lily's illness into content. It would mean inviting people to argue in our living room about whether she was lying, whether the medical diagnosis was a cover, whether the real story was what the ghost hunter's infrared camera picked up in the corner. It would mean trading one kind of haunting for another. The message sat on the screen between us. Lily looked at me, something raw flickering behind the tired sarcasm. "What do you think?" she asked. "Should we let the ghost bros film my nervous system?" Her attempt at a joke couldn't hide the flush creeping up her neck. I took the phone from her gently. For a moment, my thumb hovered over the keyboard. I considered typing out a polite decline, "Thanks, but we've had a medical diagnosis and are focusing on treatment." I imagined them responding with understanding emojis, maybe saying something about respecting your journey, then filming the hallway outside our apartment instead, and calling it energy from within. Instead, I tapped the options and hit delete on the message thread entirely. No response, no explanation. Just gone. "Guess not," I said, handing the phone back. She let out a breath I hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Good," she said. "They'd probably call it The Girl Who Kicks Walls and capitalize all the wrong words." We both laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. Later, alone in the kitchen, I opened my notebook one more time. The earlier pages were full of times and knocks, arrows pointing to doorways, question marks next to the word factory. More recent pages had medical terms scribbled in the margins, words I still had to sound out in my head. On a blank line near the end, I wrote, "People still want it to be ghosts." Underneath that, smaller ghosts are easier to believe in than an immune system that can turn on your kid. The next morning, I saw that the ghost hunting group had posted anyway. A blurry photo of the outside of our complex laundromat sign, glowing sickly blue-green parking lot, cracked and empty. The caption, "New lead on an active site above the old factory grounds. Residents report knocks at 3 a.m. Intelligent responses ties to 80s fire. Management refused us access for now. Energy's still strong. We'll be back." Columbus haunted. Real activity. Factory ghost. In the comments, someone had tagged Lily's friend and written, "Is this your girl's building?" The friend replied with 3 wide-eye emojis and a ghost. No one mentioned strep, or blood work, or a pediatric ward at 2:30 a.m. where another parent listened to the same pattern of knocks coming from a bed frame and knew exactly how long one night could be. The town had its ghost. We had ours. They were not the same thing. 6.3. The story Jim wanted to hear. I did not go looking for Jim. He just had a way of appearing whenever the factory story wanted to stand up again. It was a Tuesday afternoon, a few weeks after the hospital nights, after the first small signs that the meds were actually doing something. The sky was a washed-out blue, the kind that looks like it's been run through a cheap filter. Snow from a recent flurry lingered in dirty chunks along the edge of the parking lot, half-melted, refrozen, pitted with gravel. I walked down to the mailboxes, partly because I needed to check them, and partly because I needed 3 minutes away from being in the same room as Lily's pill organizer. The little plastic compartments had started to feel like a second silent parent in the house. The mailbox alcove is on the side of our building, a recessed strip of metal boxes under a flickering fluorescent strip. The light makes a soft, high buzz like an anxious insect that never lands. When the wind comes in from the lot, it snakes down that little corridor and makes the row of metal doors shiver almost imperceptibly. I turned my key in box 412, listening to the soft clack of tumblers. Flyers, 2 bills, some junk mail. No miracles. "Afternoon," a familiar voice said. I looked up and to the left. Jim stood at the end of the row, his own key in hand, a wrinkled grocery bag tucked under one arm. He wore the same faded Carhartt jacket, the same scuffed work boots. The fluorescent light bleached his gray hair into something closer to white. "Hey," I said. "How's it going?" He shrugged in that way older men do when the honest answer is worse than I'm admitting. "Can't complain," he said. "Wouldn't matter if I did." We went through the small talk first, whether the landlord raising the rent again, somebody's kid, leaving trash in the stairwell. It was almost possible to forget that the last significant conversation we'd had involved him comparing the sounds in my apartment to men dying under concrete. Then he looked at me more closely. His eyes had the faint redness of someone who doesn't sleep much, and I wondered if he'd ever walked these halls at 3 a.m., with the factory fire still burning behind his eyelids. "Still hearing them?" he asked. He didn't specify what, but he didn't have to. The way he said it, soft, a little hungry, made it clear he wasn't asking about upstairs neighbors or pipes. For a moment, I heard the old soundtrack in my head: wall knocks, floor knocks, ceiling knocks, that seemed to follow us from room to room. The part of me that had colored those in as ghosts stirred like an old wound when it rains. Then another image pushed in front of it, Lily's heel illuminated by a strip of kitchen sunlight, slamming the floor with a rhythm she couldn't feel. "Not like before," I said. "Not the way you meant." He frowned, the lines around his mouth deepening. I hadn't really told anyone in the building the full truth yet. Neighbors knew Lily had been in the hospital. People had seen us carrying in pharmacy bags and hospital flowers. Somebody had left a lasagna at our door, the Midwestern sacrament for the vaguely afflicted. But no one had asked for a detailed explanation, and I hadn't offered. Standing there under the buzzing light with Jim's question hanging between us, it felt like time to say it out loud to someone who knew the ghost version of our story. "My daughter was sick," I said. "Is sick. She got this movement disorder thing after strep. Her immune system started messing with her brain. The twitching, the kicking, the knocks. A lot of it was her. Her legs, her feet hitting the bed, the walls, the floor." I watched his face as I talked. I told him about the pediatric neurologist, about the MRI, about the IV drip at 2 a.m. I mentioned the word autoimmune and Sydenham's chorea, the term still sitting awkwardly in my mouth. He listened without interrupting, but his eyes weren't on me the whole time. They kept drifting past my shoulder toward the parking lot. From where we stood between the mailboxes and the glass door, you could see the cracked asphalt stretching out to the edge of the property. Beyond that, the fenced-off, weed-choked lot where the factory used to be. To most people, it was just another undeveloped strip of land half-heartedly hiding its history under crabgrass and chain link. To Jim, I suspected it was as solid and present as the mailbox we were both leaning on. I saw her foot doing it, I said. At the table, heel slamming the floor. She didn't know. I've got recordings that line up with her moving in her sleep. A lot of what we heard, it was her nervous system hitting things from the inside. The fluorescent light buzzed overhead. Someone's car alarm chirped once and locked. A cold gust sneaked under the outer door, carrying the faint smell of exhaust and old snow. Jim finally looked back at me. "I'm glad your girl's getting help," he said, and I believed him. The words came out slow, but they didn't feel forced. Kids. They shouldn't have to deal with that kind of thing. For a second, I felt something like relief. Validation from the man who'd last told me my walls sounded like a tomb felt heavier than any Facebook comment. He shifted his weight grocery bag, crackling, but he added, "Always a but." But he said, eyes sliding toward the lot again, "They say places remember. I'm no doctor. I don't know nothing about immune systems. But I know what I heard back then, in that fire. Those men banging till they couldn't anymore. That sound don't just vanish." He tapped one of the metal mailbox doors with his knuckles, 3 soft raps more for emphasis than demonstration. "Stuff sticks," he said. "In the ground, in the walls, in people." He glanced at me again, measuring whether I'd push back. "You ask me," he went on. "Maybe both things are true. Maybe your girl's got what she's got. And maybe that place, that factory, it still talks. Maybe it finds a way through whoever's closest." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and watched it fog in the cold air. It was tempting to argue. To say, "No, Jim, there are lab results and imaging and a pediatric neurologist who went to school for 12 years, and the knocks match every time her heel hits the floor." To draw a clean line between neurology and folklore and insist they not be braided together. But looking at him at the fixed way his gaze kept circling back to that empty lot, I realized something that took most of the fight out of me. He needed the ghosts. Not because he didn't believe the medical explanation, but because the alternative that kids' immune systems can wake up one morning and decide to vandalize their own brains for no reason any human logic can satisfy is its own kind of horror. If the knocks are from dead men trapped in a collapsed factory, there's a story there. There's a cause, a villain, a history you can point at. Negligence, bad wiring, flammable glue. You can blame the company, the era, the fire codes that came too late. You can turn it into a cautionary tale, a documentary, a plaque. If the knocks are your daughter's heel-slamming laminate because some microscopic part of her decided to misread a strep bacteria, who do you yell at? Who do you sue? How do you make meaning out of that? Places remember. Jim repeated softer now. "You lived in that unit. Your girl got sick there, seems connected to me." He wasn't arguing against the diagnosis. He was wrapping it in something larger, something that made the randomness feel less naked. In his mind, the factory fire and Lily's twitching were threads of the same story. The dead and the living sharing a frequency. I thought about the online comments insisting my explanation was a cover story. About the ghost hunting group trying to recruit our pain for their channel. About the father outside the hospital room listening to his own child's feet hammer a bed frame in the dark. There was a pattern there too. People reach for ghosts. I realized not only because they like being scared. Sometimes they reach for ghosts because the real senseless malfunction of a healthy body is scarier than anything climbing out of a TV screen. Because a world where tragedy is tied to cursed buildings and unfinished business is more bearable than a world where your kid can eat breakfast fine on Tuesday and forget how to hold a spoon by Friday because of a germ. "I don't doubt you heard what you heard," I said finally, back then. "And I don't doubt this lot has seen things." I glanced out at the patchy field at the rusted bit of fence leaning like a tired spine. But what's happening with Lily? That's inside her, I added. You can't move away from that. Jim nodded slowly. Yeah, he said. That's the part I don't like thinking about. He shut his mailbox, the metal door making a hollow clang that echoed down the little corridor. For a heartbeat, it sounded exactly like a single hard knock in 412. He winced slightly at the noise, then gave me a thin, apologetic smile. Anyway, he said, shifting the grocery bag in his arm, you tell your girl I'm pulling for her. Ghosts or worms or whatever they figure it is. He headed back toward the stairwell boots thudding on the concrete. At the top of the steps, he paused and looked back at the lot one more time like he was checking that it hadn't moved. I stood alone by the mailboxes for a while, after he left flyers and bills in my hand, listening to the fluorescent buzz and the distant hiss of the freeway. It occurred to me then that the scariest part of all of this wasn't that a building might be haunted, or that a factory fire might echo through time. It was that our brains are so desperate to put a face, a story, a ghost to pain that has none that we will build entire legends on top of a teenager's cracking nervous system, just so we do not have to look straight at how fragile a body can be. Now that I'd seen both sides, the knock in the wall and the heel in the light, that realization followed me home like any ghost ever could. 701. When the house got too quiet, if you live long enough with a sound, you start to build a life around it. For months, the knocks had been a kind of third presence in our apartment, annoying, terrifying, sometimes weirdly predictable. They were a character in our story. They shaped where we sat, how we slept, what we heard in every creak. Then slowly, almost rudely, they just left. Lily's neurologist called it progress. We hit the milestones in small, cautious increments. The first time I noticed a difference, it wasn't dramatic. She walked from the parking lot to our door without stopping halfway to grab the stair rail and breathe. She still looked tired, but the wobble in her knees was gone. Her feet hit the concrete in easy, unremarkable steps. A month later, her handwriting looked like hers again, not perfect, but legible loops and lines where they were supposed to be. No more jagged, shaky scrawl that made grocery lists look like ransom notes. The heel slams under the table turned into smaller occasional taps. The taps turned into little flutters I only felt when my hand rested on her knee. Even those got less frequent. The meds shifted too. Doses reduced, schedules spread out. The pill organizer on the counter went from looking like a week-long artillery plan to something more like mild vitamin maintenance. By late spring, Lily had a part-time job after school, bagging groceries at the market off East Main. She came home with stories about weird customers and co-workers who took their break in their cars just to get away from the fluorescent lights. She stress-complained about homework and annoying group projects, the kind of regular teenage misery you don't realize you should be grateful for until you've spent nights in a pediatric ward watching numbers on a monitor. The neurologist used phrases like significant improvement and favorable course. She mentioned the words taper and remission carefully, like they might spook if said too loud. At home, the change sounded like nothing. No more hard knocks from under the table during lunch. No more sudden hammer blows to the wall behind the couch at 4:16 a.m. No more 3 then 2 patterns that made spoons tremble in bowls. If something hit the walls now, I could always explain it. The kid upstairs dropped a shoe. Someone slammed a cabinet. The pipes banged once when the hot water kicked in. Each sound came with its own obvious label, like they'd all been told to wear name tags. The first couple of weeks after things quieted down, I walked around with my shoulders still up by my ears, waiting. My body didn't get the memo that the soundtrack had changed. I'd be stirring a pot in the kitchen, or zoning out in front of the TV, and some normal house noise would happen. A settling creak, a fridge compressor shutting off, and I'd flinch like an animal that had been hit too many times. Except nothing followed. No second act. No sequence of knocks. Lily noticed it before I admitted it out loud. "One good thing about your strep ghost," she said one night, dropping her backpack by the door, "is that apparently it respects treatment plans." We were standing in the kitchen. The heater cycled on with a soft whoosh. The fridge hummed. The clock on the stove ticked out its soft plastic clicks. That was it. I snorted. "Maybe it got bored," I said, packed up, and moved to a more interesting family. She opened the fridge, pulled out a carton of orange juice, and poured herself a glass. The liquid glugged against the plastic, a reassuringly stupid sound. "I mean," she said, leaning against the counter, "I kind of miss it." I looked at her. "You miss the knocking?" She made a face. "Not literally," she said. "Just, it was a thing. Now it's like when the highway's been there your whole life and then you go to like some cabin in the middle of nowhere, and the silence is too loud." You know, I did know. We live close enough to US 33 that the freeway hiss has always been a backdrop. Constant, soft, like an ocean that only knows one tired wave. On trips out to the country visiting my sister in her rented farmhouse, that hum disappears. At night you lie there with coyotes far off and wind in the tree branches and think this is what quiet actually sounds like. It makes your own breath sound like an intrusion. That's what the apartment felt like now. The absence of knocks had its own texture. I could feel it in the places where I used to brace sitting on the couch, waiting for that punch in the wall at my back. Standing at the table, half expecting my feet to vibrate with Lily's heel. Lying in bed, ears tuned to ceiling and floor, like the building was a drum. Now I'd catch myself listening for something that never came. We had small, good moments that should have been enough. There was the night we both ended up on the couch, crammed under the same blanket, like we hadn't done since she was 10, watching some ridiculous cooking competition where stressed-out contestants tried to make 5-star meals out of gas station snacks. Lily laughed so hard at one guy's attempt to turn Cheetos into a textural element that she had to wipe tears off her face. "You could crush these up for your customers," she said between snorts. "Gourmet sprinkle. Charge extra." Her laugh didn't break into a twitch halfway through. Her leg didn't jerk and slam into the coffee table. The only sounds were the TV, the occasional creak of the couch springs, and the distant thrum of someone's washing machine downstairs. Dinner became less of an endurance test. We could sit at the table with plates and not stare down at the floor every time a fork clinked. The microwave beeped like a microwave again, not as an automatic jump scare. When the heater turned off mid-conversation, it was just a pause in white noise, not the opening of some haunted curtain. We got used to talking over our food about stupid things, gossip from her job, a customer who had argued about expired coupons for 10 straight minutes, a teacher who mispronounced her name all semester. The knocks did not interrupt us to demand attention. Even the online ghost narrative moved on. Lily's friend's post slid down into the sediment of the internet, buried under new dramas. The local group that had wanted to investigate 412 shifted its lens to a supposedly haunted overpass on the outskirts of town. New reels, new captions, same soundtrack. "Our ghost moved locations," Lily joked once, scrolling past their video of a shaky bridge at night. If anyone still whispered about the factory dead in relation to our building, they did it far away from my feed. The comments about cover story and strep ghosts got replaced by debates about zoning and a new coffee place downtown. From the outside, the haunting had ended. Inside 412, something else settled in its place. I don't know another word for it except hollow. The apartment didn't feel full of a presence anymore, but it didn't feel purely empty either. It felt like a theater after a show when the lights are up and the seats are empty and the stage is bare, but some part of you still expects actors to step out from behind the curtain. The mechanical soundtrack kept playing. The fridge cycled on and off in familiar bursts. The heater clicked awake at set temperatures, exhaled warm air, and shut down in neat, humane intervals. Upstairs, neighbors walked across their floor, our ceiling, with normal bone-weight thuds. Pipes rattled once in a while, announced themselves, and moved on. None of those sounds ever morphed into that knock again. Not the hollow sheetrock punch behind my head. Not the precise 3 then 2 pattern under my feet. Not the wall-deep thud that stopped mid-beat when I stood up like something paying too much attention. I should have felt relieved, and I did mostly in the big, obvious ways. I slept more. I didn't startle at every small noise. My chest didn't tighten every time Lily's foot tapped unconsciously. Knowing her body wasn't being assaulted in the same way anymore was its own kind of exorcism. But in the smaller, weirder ways, I felt like something had moved out and taken part of me with it. I had spent so long trying to make sense of the knocks, chasing patterns, drawing lines between times and places between my walls and Jim's fire and Lily's sleep, that when they stopped, it was like losing a puzzle I'd been close to solving. The mystery had been replaced by an answer I didn't like, and then the sounds themselves had gone quiet, leaving me with nothing to listen for except my own thoughts. One night, sitting alone at the kitchen table long after Lily had gone to bed, I caught myself straining my ears for the old sequence. That particular talk, 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 pause, talk, talk, like a code typed on the underside of our days. All I heard was the low hiss of the freeway through the windows and the distant bass of somebody's late-night TV. It felt strangely like being stood up. The knocks had demanded my attention for months straight, and now when my brain finally had room to ask better questions, there was nothing there to answer. If the story ended here, it would be a clean conclusion. Mysterious noise revealed to be illness. Illness treated. Noise gone. Lesson about listening to your kids. Fade out. I thought for a while that's where it would stop. But the thing about living in a place that taught you how wrong quiet can feel is that you notice when the house decides to show you a different kind of silence. You notice when months after the last documented knock on a night that should have been like any other, the building takes a breath and empties itself in a way it has never done before. And you notice when something chooses that exact moment to knock one last time. 7.2 Writing to a Stranger. The night I finally decided to write all of this down. It wasn't for a doctor or a lawyer or anybody who could fix anything. It was for a stranger on the internet. Technically, for a channel. One of those horror narrators whose voice had kept me awake on drives down US 33, telling other people's nightmares while the highway rolled under my tires. I used to listen and think, who sends these in? Who actually sits down and types their worst night into a Gmail draft and hits send? Turns out I'm one of them. It happened on a Thursday that had already been too long. Lily had closed at the grocery store, came home smelling like yeast rolls and floor cleaner, thrown her shoes in a corner, and collapsed into bed without much conversation. Her leg barely twitched as she trudged up the stairs. The pill organizer on the counter looked lighter. Whole rows empty in a good way. By the time the house settled for the night, she was out cold. Her fan ran on low, a soft, circular whir behind her door. I was not tired. Or more accurately, I was the kind of tired that makes lying down feel dangerous. My brain was humming the way the fridge used to, cycling on and off, never really stopping. So I made coffee, I did not need poured half of it down the sink when it tasted like burnt pennies and ended up at the kitchen table with my laptop open and no real plan except to get it out. The clock on the stove read 2:41 a.m. It's funny how specific some numbers burn into you. I've stared at that little green display 500,000 times, waiting for water to boil, for coffee to brew, for Lily to come home. And somehow that time is the one that stuck. The apartment sounded normal when I started. The fridge compressor was humming steadily, a low, reassuring vibration in the floor beneath my bare feet. The heater was off for once. We'd hit that weird shoulder season where it's not cold enough to justify heat, but not warm enough to open windows. Somewhere through the wall, a neighbor's TV murmured indistinct voices, canned laughter, someone else's insomnia bleeding through drywall. Out beyond the blinds, US 33 whispered like it always does at that hour, a smooth, constant whoosh of cars you never see, like an ocean that forgot how to do waves and just settled on one long sigh. The laundromat sign outside the building buzzed with its usual sickly blue-green glow light, pushing in through the blinds and thin lines that striped the kitchen table. The router on the counter had its little LEDs blinking a faint plastic whine under the digital heartbeat. The world was very much on. I opened my email. To the channel's submissions address I'd heard 100 times in outros. Subject line story, from apartment 412 you can use my first name. For a minute I just watched the cursor blink in the empty body of the message. There's something incredibly stupid about being scared of a white screen when you've slept in hospital chairs. But fear is not logical. It's cumulative. I started with the easy part, the part you'd hear in the first 3 minutes of a video. I used to laugh at haunted apartment stories on YouTube. I work night shifts at a convenience store off US 33 near Columbus. I'm a single dad. I thought I knew the difference between a building settling and something wanting to be heard. Words came in little bursts the way they had when I was scribbling knock times in my notebook. Only now, instead of hard numbers and arrows, it was condensed scenes. The first night on the couch at 4:10 a.m., waking up with the TV on and the feeling that the sound in the room had shifted. The talk, 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 talk from somewhere above my head. Standing in the hallway, bare feet on cold carpet, listening to nothing but the HVAC and my own heartbeat, and thinking it was just old pipes, fatigue, or stress. I typed about dinner with Lily, her Chromebook open, the fluorescent kitchen light buzzing the first time the knocks seemed to come from underneath the table hard enough to rattle forks. How we'd both looked down at the exact same moment, bonding over fear we didn't have a name for yet. I summarized Jim in a paragraph that did not do him justice. My downstairs neighbor, an ex-firefighter, heard the knocks and went pale. He told me they sounded exactly like trapped men banging on beams in a burning shoe factory in 1983, right where our parking lot is now. He said some of those men knocked until they couldn't anymore. I wrote about Lily's friend catching the knocks on FaceTime and posting them with emojis. About the Facebook thread, the locals who wanted it to be ghosts, the reposted factory audio with dramatic text about voices of the trapped. Every time I hit the enter key, it made a small plasticky thunk that folded itself into the apartment's soundscape. Then, because this wasn't a ghost story, without the part where the haunting goes verifiable, I wrote about the FaceTime call where the knocking came through another phone speaker. The hallway knocks, the laundry room conversation, the online group that wanted to bring EMF meters into our living room. If someone reading it didn't know what came next, it would play perfectly into the channel's usual arc, skeptic dad dragged into haunting local legend, digital proof, bigger escalation. My fingers hovered a second before I typed the pivot. Here's the part where I have to ruin it for some of you and admit the monster was real, just not in the way you want it to be. I told the stranger in the inbox about Lily's strep throat, about the twitching, about the post-viral fatigue brush-off and my own willingness to accept that because it let me keep blaming the walls. I described that Sunday at the table in sharper strokes than I had with anyone else: the steam from the soup, the gray light on the floor, the way the knocks under us fell into a 3 then 2 pattern, like someone learning the simplest code they could send, and then the beam of sunlight under the table catching her heel. Up, down, up, down, hitting hard enough to send the sound through wood, metal, and bone. I wrote I saw my kid's heel slamming the floor in the exact rhythm I'd been calling factory ghost. When I asked if she could feel it, she said, "Doing what? I didn't try to make myself look better in the retelling." I included the moment I almost let myself off the hook with "she's just nervous," instead of asking what her body was doing. The way I had written, "It's getting smarter" in my notebook instead of "It seems to be wherever she is." I put the guilt in the email in plain words. I chose to listen for dead strangers in my walls before I really listened to the living kid at my table. Every knock I recorded like evidence was often her nervous system hitting the world hard enough to echo. I was more comfortable with a ghost story than with the idea that my daughter's brain was under attack by something I couldn't see or punch. It felt like confessing to a priest who would never respond. I skimmed over the hospital details. This was still technically meant to be entertainment, but I didn't hide the basics. The neurologist's terms, the MRI, the post-strep autoimmune thing that had tried to rearrange her movements and moods. The hospital night at 2:30 a.m., when I heard another child's feet hitting a bed frame down the hall in the same broken rhythm, and locked eyes with a stranger in a plastic chair who instantly understood. I mentioned briefly the ghost hunting group that wanted to film 412, and how I deleted the message instead of selling my kid's illness for ad revenue. By the time I got to the part where Lily was improving jerks, fewer meds, tapering knocks gone, I had the distinct feeling that whoever read this at the channel, if anyone ever did, would sigh and file it under, maybe use this in a compilation. But it's not the kind of twist that gets comments. Because the twist here wasn't a demon. It was bad biology. Still, I kept typing. There's a version of this story Jim would like where the factory dead and my daughter's immune system are tied together. Maybe he's right in some big picture poetic way. Places remember. Bodies remember too. All I know for sure is that if you'd asked me a year ago what terrified me more, I would have said ghost knocking without thinking. Now, having watched Lily's leg slam a table she couldn't feel and listened to a doctor explain how a sore throat turned into misfiring neurons, I would take a haunted apartment over an angry immune system any day. I paused, fingers hovering over the keys. The fridge was still humming. The neighbor's TV still murmured. Somewhere outside, a truck rolled past, tires hissing on pavement. A pipe clinked faintly as someone flushed in another unit. It was all noise I knew how to place. I started typing what I thought would be the last paragraph. You're a horror channel. People send you demons and shadows and things crawling out of closets. I'm sending you this because I think there's a different kind of horror in realizing you let your own kid's illness become a campfire story for strangers instead of paying attention sooner. If you read this on your channel, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. I mostly needed an excuse to finally put it in order, to admit that the scariest sound I've ever heard wasn't a knock in the wall. It was a heel hitting laminate while my daughter said, doing what I was halfway through that sentence. The scariest sound I've ever heard. When it happened. The fridge compressor clicked off. Not the usual slow wind down, where the hum fades over a second or two. It was an abrupt, hard stop, like someone yanked the plug out of the wall. The heater was already idle. It had been for an hour. The vent in the hallway fell silent. At the same moment, the muffled TV through the wall cut off. 1 second, there was the wash of a laugh track. The next, nothing. The router's tiny fan, which I'd never consciously noticed before, went quiet. Its LEDs still blinked, but somehow even that felt noiseless. Outside the freeway, hum faded like someone sliding a volume bar to 0. I didn't hear a single car, not even the distant whine of a semi. The laundromat sign's faint electrical buzz thinned and then disappeared, even though the blue-green light still painted stripes across the blinds. The apartment dropped suddenly and completely into a kind of silence I had only heard twice before in my life. That mechanical hush. Except this time it was cleaner. No refrigerator click, no pipes ticking as they cooled, no ice maker deciding to dump cubes at the worst possible second. Just nothing. My fingers hovered over the keys and refused to move. The only sound in the universe was the thin rush of blood in my own ears, and even that felt muted, like it was happening in somebody else's head. I held my breath without meaning to, and the silence seemed to tighten around me. The laptop screen glowed in the darkness, cursor frozen mid-word, the last thing I'd typed, hanging half-finished on the line. For a few stretched-out seconds, it felt like the entire building, the entire block, maybe the entire town had leaned in and was waiting not for what would happen, but for what I would write next. It felt like the house itself was holding its breath, giving me a perfectly clear, absolutely empty space. A blank line, a pause. The kind of pause a knock fits into perfectly. 7, 3, the last knock. My hands stayed in the air like I was waiting for someone to slap handcuffs on them. Fingers curled just above the key's wrists, hovering palms, faintly sweating. The cursor on the laptop screen blinked at the end of an unfinished sentence. The scariest sound I've ever heard. Little black line appearing and disappearing, appearing and disappearing. The only moving thing in the room. The hush held. I do not mean it got quiet in the poetic way people use when they say a night was peaceful. I mean everything that usually makes up the invisible soundtrack of a building just disappeared. No fridge hum, no heater breath, no neighbor's TV, no hallway plumbing, no cars on US 33. The blue-green glow of the laundromat sign still filtered through the blinds, cutting the kitchen into stripes. But even the faint electrical buzz I'd never noticed until it was gone, was now gone. I could not hear the modem. I could not hear the vents. I could not hear the ice maker ticking in its sleep. If you've never heard true mechanical silence, you do not realize how loud your own body is. My heartbeat, usually a background thud, felt huge. Every inhale sounded like it was being piped through an empty auditorium. I could hear my tongue pull away from the roof of my mouth when I swallowed. For a second, I thought maybe I'd gone momentarily deaf, that some weird neurological thing had jumped hosts. Then the subtle crackle of my own joints when I shifted in the chair cut through, small but sharp. It wasn't that the world had turned down. It was that the house had. I do not know how long the hush lasted. It could not have been more than 3 seconds. It felt like 10. 1. I became aware of the exact weight of my hands hovering over the keyboard. The laptop fan spun down to nothing. The glow of the screen made the rest of the kitchen sink into shadow. 2. The hair on my forearms lifted the way it had that first night on the couch, when I felt the knock in the wall behind my head. My shoulders tensed so tight I could hear a faint, grainy sound in my neck when I swallowed. The thought came uninvited. If something wanted a clean canvas to speak on, this would be the moment. 3. In that exact surgical slice of silence it came. A single hard knock. Not from the wall behind the fridge or the shared wall with the neighbor. Not from the ceiling where upstairs neighbors shuffle around or the floor where pipes run under the linoleum. It came from the middle of the kitchen table, between my hands. The sound was wrong immediately. It was a sharp, dry crack wood on wood, like someone had taken the heel of their fist and slammed it once onto the tabletop with perfect aim and full intent. The table jumped under my wrists. It was not subtle. It was not something I could write off as my laptop shifting or the leg settling. The impact had that quality I'd learned to recognize during all those months, the one that says this was not an accident. My body reacted before my brain could throw any filters on it. I flinched so hard the back of my chair scraped across the laminate with a shriek, the legs catching and then skidding. The sound tore a jagged line through the delicate hush, abrupt and ugly. I half stood, hands braced on the edge of the table. The laptop wobbled screen tilting the email draft still open, the cursor now blinking a line lower from where I'd jerked. The hush shattered. The fridge compressor kicked back on with a low, guilty hum. Somewhere in the walls, the heater relay clicked the vent in the hallway, exhaling a thin stream of air. The neighbor's TV resumed its murmur right on the tail end of a canned laugh. Outside, a truck rushed by on US 33 tires, hissing like a wave. The world snapped back into its usual noisy disguise. For a beat, I just stared at the spot where the sound had come from. The table is cheap wood, dark veneer over pressed something. There were a few old knife marks near where I usually cut vegetables, a ring from a forgotten mug, a faint scratch from when Lily dropped her Chromebook. Nothing new. No cracked surface, no busted knot. No fist. I pushed the laptop aside and ran my palm flat over the center of the table, feeling for some hidden give in the boards that could have produced that crack. It was solid. My fingers found nothing but smooth laminate and the faint warmth from where my wrists had been resting. I ducked my head and looked under the table. Just chair legs and my socked feet. No loose boards, no exposed pipes banging against wood, no cartoon poltergeist crouched under there with a mallet. I knocked on the underside once with my knuckles. The sound it made was thinner, hollower, not the same pitch as what I'd just heard. To match it, I would have had to hit it much harder than anyone could have from below without me seeing a hand. My heart was still pounding hot in my throat. "Okay," I said quietly to no one. "Okay." The apartment hummed like nothing had happened. I checked the walls next, because habit dies slower than ghosts. Hand on plaster behind the fridge, an ear on the shared wall with the neighbor listening for a delayed echo. Nothing but the dull rush of our lives. I opened the front door. The hallway outside was empty, lit by that yellowed ceiling fixture that always sounds like it's about to burn out. The exit sign at the far end glowed dull red. No neighbor standing there with a prank in their eyes. No echo of footsteps running away. The air smelled like detergent and old carpet. No one had knocked from outside. I would have heard the door rattle in its frame. This had been inside the apartment at arm's length. I backed up the stairs 2 at a time and stood outside Lily's room for a second, listening. Her fan still whirred on low, a constant white blanket of sound. Underneath it, I heard her breathing slow, even the kind of deep in-out that only comes when you're actually resting. I cracked the door an inch. She was on her side, one arm under the pillow, the other arm flopped limp over the comforter. Her legs were straight feet, relaxed toes pointing down. No jerks, no kicks. No heel knocking into the bed frame, the wall, or anything else. For a long, tight moment, I watched her ankles. Nothing. I closed the door gently and went back downstairs. The kitchen looked exactly the same. Laptop on the table mug with cold coffee pill organizer on the counter, blinds half closed against the laundromat's neon. The only thing that had changed was me standing there with my heart still tapping out its own pattern. The mechanical hush was done with me. The fridge hum filled the space where the silence had been like a dog curling back onto its spot on the couch. The heater's low breath climbed the vents. Somewhere below, someone shut a car door, the dull thunk traveling up through the building's bones. The knock might as well have been a hallucination, except I had felt it in my hands. I slid back into my chair, pulling it closer more carefully this time. The legs squeaked a little, then settled. My laptop had gone to sleep, and I had to tap the trackpad to wake it. The draft popped back up, the last line still hanging mid-thought. The urge to delete everything washed over me in a sudden wave. To forget the email, close the laptop, and pretend the only story in this apartment was a weird strep complication that we'd managed to outlast. Instead, I put my fingers back on the keyboard and started typing again. If you're listening to this, you probably want the clean, supernatural ending. I get it. I know what most of the knocking was. I have recordings that line up with my daughter's heel hitting wood. I have a neurologist's report, a folder full of lab results, MRI images that say, this is what lit up wrong. One knock doesn't erase months of data. I paused watching the words appear. But I also know what I just heard at 2:41 a.m. while I was telling you all of this. I know exactly how it felt when the whole apartment went dead quiet, like somebody unplugged the world. I know that the last knock didn't come from my kid's room or the wall or the floor. It came from between my hands on this table at the exact second I was trying to decide how to end the story. I could feel a smile trying to twist at the corner of my mouth, the kind you make when you are too tired to decide if you're joking or losing it. I am not going to sit here and tell you that a dead factory worker hit my kitchen table from the other side. I'm not going to tell you the building is definitely haunted, or that my neighbor's stories turned out to be literally true. One last sound in a stressed-out brain at nearly 3 a.m. is not evidence. I glanced down at the corner of my laptop screen. The timestamp for that last knock burned back at me in small white numbers, 2:41 a.m. A memory rose up, uninvited Lily on the couch months earlier, showing me an old newspaper scan on her phone. A grainy black and white photo of the factory flames pouring out of shattered windows, smoke twisting into the sky. Below it, a caption with a time. The time they estimated the fire flashed over the main floor. The time the reporter said the trapped men's knocking stopped on the tape. 2:41 a.m. I stared at the clock and felt something cold settle into the space behind my ribs. I added one more line to the email. If you dig hard enough, you can find the old photo from the fire online. Look close at the caption. The timestamp under the smoke matches the one on my screen right now. That could be coincidence. It could be a scrambled memory misremembered by a guy whose sleep schedule has been wrecked by years of night shifts and a few months of real fear. It could be my brain doing what brains always do with trauma, rearranging the facts until they line up in a way that feels like a story instead of a random series of hits. I know that. I typed the last paragraph directly to whoever would end up hearing my voice in their car, in their kitchen, in their bedroom with the lights off. I have to live here either way, in this unit, in this body, in this version of events where most of the knocking came from my kid's nervous system misfiring, and one knock did not. You can call it coincidence or a glitch in a tired brain or the last pathetic gasp of a ghost story I did not want to let go of. I listened. The fridge hummed. The heater sighed. The world moved on. But some nights when the compressor stops and the house holds its breath just a little too long, I listen harder than I should. And I am not sure anymore which is worse, ghosts that never left, or the idea that my own child's body was the only way they could get my attention.